How we doing, boys and girls? Good morning. Welcome in. How we all doing? Oh, it's a Monday. How we all doing? Did we have a good weekend? I had a blast. Stream time. Went and got prospecting on an alt today. Max enterprising and prospecting. It's slowly making money. I have got the most elite 100% best in slot jewel crafting build by a mile. Practically everything quality 3 easy mode, job done. I love me my jewel crafter. I'm slacking on all of my other professions though. We're a bit dark, aren't we? There we go. Is that better? It's I'm slacking on my alts. I need to get. Well, what's really, really crucially important to me, I think, is getting the profession weekly stuff done. The weekly stuff, all of the treasures and going and introducing myself to the master fisherman and all of that sort of stuff. The master profession dudes, whatever you want to call them. A lot of that stuff is just you do it where it's always going to be there. So I've got to get the weekly stuff done before we have a reset. Because I've been Zerg level focusing my main character and pretty much been playing jewel crafting. I spent most of Sunday just tinkering and playing around with jewel crafting. It's been an absolute blast. I've loved it to bits. Quality 3 aren't selling for much. Haha, it's about knowing what quality 3 sells though. I was having a blast. We'll have a little bit of a looky. I've gone real old school. I'm not even using my bank character. Real old school. Doing it all on the character that it plays with, The biggest problem for me yesterday was actually that the auction house was so goddamn slow. Auction house is horrendously slow. Meaning that using TSM and actually trying to post all that too much doesn't make a lot of difference anyway. So I'm doing everything on the one character, doing a lot of it manually, and it's starting to work. So far, I only managed to break even with jewel crafting. Would appreciate an updated to the look at the profession during the stream. Oh, we definitely will. How can I get some rep for the Artisans Consortium? Don't see any anywhere except for one of the only reputation for the Artisans Consortium is the weekly quests. Which is a bit of a sad state of affairs, really, because it means those that did the profession shuffle at the beginning and did the profession shuffle with the addition of completing the weekly quests have, unfortunately, quite a sizable advantage with reputation with those guys. But let's see. Let's see if all of those scribes that zerged to get the... In fact, I wonder, we're standing at the auction house. Just look. What was the contract summon? Contract Maruk Centaurs are now a thing.
Sweet profit together.
My TSM stopped cancelling before. TSM was very difficult to use yesterday, unfortunately. Cora, you gifted a while back and I couldn't say your name. Please tell me how I say your name. Korzakov, thank you very much for the tier 1. Appreciate it. You got weird big letters in there. Confuses my pre-coffee brain, but thank you very much for the tier 1. Appreciate it. Korzakov, that'll do. Thanks. Thanks. We are getting some of the contracts there. You can see Dragon Scale Expedition. No surprises to anybody. Artisans Consortium contracts. The thing is, though, when you actually look at these, 15 reputation every time you complete a world quest is a slap in the face. Valdrakken Accord, 10 reputation for the basic one. It's like, what's the point? Like, genuinely, what's the point? 15 rep. It's like, genuinely, what's the point? Now, obviously, if you powered towards these, and I hope you've made a little bit of money off them, but I don't really feel that they're probably going to sell all that hot. Although you've got no competition. Absolutely no competition on these, so none whatsoever. You can see my bags is full of just all jewel crafting bits and pieces. We were having a bit of a blast with this yesterday. What I need to do is let's start with a full cancel scan. This might be tragic, although the auction house seems to work at a reasonable speed this morning. When completing a world quest, which there were not that many of. Yeah, that's also the thing. There's like, you got what, maybe 8 work orders a day. I mean, I guess it's a bonus, right? If you just want to get the job done, it's a bonus, but... Oh, TSM might actually work this morning. TSM accounting's been completely broken the last few days. There's, I almost feel as if Blizzard has some element... now, I've got to be careful how I phrase this, but it feels to me like the way that the Trade Skill Master application works is it's tapping into the Blizzard API to get all of its information. I was finding that something would sell. I'd get the notification in the in the text channels that something would sell. I could look in the Blizzard UI and I could see the sale. Then if I switched to TSM, it wouldn't register that sale in TSM for like literally a minute. It was almost like the entire TSM was being throttled, not just like this thing. I'm guessing it might be something with... I don't know. I don't know how these add-ons work. I don't know how TSM taps into all the data. I don't plan to pretend to know how it all works. But it's... the entire thing was like just lagging hard, which was weird. Trying to get into the PvP market. I'm torn whether I should get the best in slot PvP recipe for 240k, 150k for leather mail. They might be in high demand, could allow me to level my leather working. You do realize that the basic PvP gear doesn't give you skill points. It's too low item level gear. The top end, the end game stuff will. Right, let's loot this mailbox then. We've got 300 items. Now I have just gone and cancelled a bunch of stuff. Let me get these cancels out of the way. Now, there's a good chance that there's a sizable chunk of change in the mailbox, but that's not to say that all of it is profit, since obviously I've incurred costs from time to time as well, in terms of buying the ore. I tried to dip into the cut gem market and dipped out of it again very quickly.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Although I have pulled a few strings, and I've been able to get myself my first piece of first tier 2 profession item, which has definitely helped. That was a bonus, what was it for? Bonus 4 skill points, plus obviously loads of stats, and I got it enchanted as well. Was that a Dark Moon deck sale you saw? Not on this character, no. Casby Gaming, thank you very much for the Prime. Appreciate it. Welcome in. Thank you, thank you. Oh, these are expired now. Radiant, energized. Energize. Some of you. Sensei's keen. Radiant. God, I wish I didn't have to do this every time. OCD. You don't go there, you go there. Oh, lots of expireds. Are we done with the expireds yet? Can we actually get to the looting of the good stuff? Hey, we've got nearly 1 million gold in this first mailbox, look. Could be on for a win here. Right. Thought I saw a 230k item. You saw 23 elemental harmonies, and you probably then saw 29 elemental harmonies. And then 10 more elemental harmonies. Can you tell can you tell what hit the jackpot for me yesterday? I think that's given the game away pretty clearly there. Elemental harmony was doing good things for me yesterday. Very good things. Right, let's loot this then. All sold. We start at 2.666. It's an easy round number, right? All sold. Go, go, gadget, go. What's my spec in jewel crafting? My spec is what I'm calling the prospect it and sell it spec, which is a simple scenario of prospect it, sell it, and then cut a few things into bits and pieces that is worthwhile and sell those as well. It's the spaghetti approach, but without going very heavily into gems or jewel. I've not crafted a single piece of jewelry. Not crafted a single piece of jewelry, which is ironic considering, you know, it's jewel crafting, but few gems here and there, but no actual couple of rank 3 quality gems, but nothing too fancy. Okay, we're up to 4 mil now. Started at 2.6, so that's like 1.4 mil. Okay, we're still in the red technically after all of that. 1.445 million gold of sales yesterday. 1.5 million sales. That's not as impressive as I'd hoped it would be. That's not as impressive as I'd hoped it would be, but that gives me an indication that I've still clearly got a lot to sell. I've got 76 elemental harmony here at rank 3. Those alone are... That little stack right there is worth a lot. A huge quantity. Can we just do a post everything, please, type of scan? Prospecting alone has not felt profitable to me. Break even at best, probably because I'm only skill 50. The trick with prospecting is stack inspiration. Stack inspiration like your life depends on it. Stack inspiration and you'll be fine. You need to be able to reliably get the quality 3 stuff. Whether it's then just so that you can sell it, or whether it's then that you need it to make the quality 3 intermediate items. And for the most part, your quality 2 stuff is going to get shuffled into silken gem dust, and your quality 2 stuff will then... And your silken gem dust then gets shuffled into intermediates as well. But I've got quite a fair few points in jewel crafting, I think, now. To the point where I think I'm borderline max points in jewel crafting. The problem is I still need to go get a bunch of stuff. I'm a little bit away from some cuts. Renown 10, I get a bunch of... I need to go get the flipping fishy fellas leveled up, to be fair. I'm still only level 7, I think, with the fishy fellas. Yeah, this is not good news. I need to get these guys to 10. But this is all stuff that will come to me eventually. But first time craft bonuses, I'm obviously missing a lot. I've not got the trinkets either. Dragon Scale Renowned 13. We can probably bang that out today, you know. I reckon there's enough I can do kicking about the map to get to 13 without doing too much hardcore treasure finding. I'm in a bit of a weird spot where I need an endgame recipe because I've got no way of getting skill points. I've literally got no way of getting skill points. Nothing I can craft can give me a skill point. Not even a work order fill. I've literally nothing to gain skill points, so I've got to get my hands on something. the frustration for me is getting my hands on something is A, going to be costly, B, going to be time consuming, and C, is also probably going to cost me a lot if I just buy a recipe, which is annoying. Dark Moon Island Weekly. Yeah, I've done that. That's why I got me 2 points from that. 80's what you cap jewel crafting out at normally. Now you see, the only safe route is to unlock one of the diamond cuts, but that's going to mean that I have to do something within faceting, which is absolutely not happening. Absolutely not happening. You have to get 40 points in these to get a diamond cut. Nope, not today. Settings I've not unlocked, obviously, because I can't. Enterprising is pretty straightforward. Put some points in prospecting, put some points in enterprising. I put enough points in here just to gain some skill. I don't technically need any more skill points just yet for the purpose of prospecting. But I will put probably my next 5 points into here. It gives me the glassware subspec, which gives me the projection prism. Or maybe I go extravagancies. I don't care about pounce, but what I do care about is the plus skill with glassware reagents. Is there a limit on how many dragon shards I can hand in? Asking because I want to hold off allocating knowledge until next reset. Not that you can hand in. I don't think there's realistically any limit on the dragon shards. Throughout the entire beta process, most people considered there to be like a 3, maybe 4 weekly limit on these things. But the reality has been proven that that's just not the case. You can grind out those dragon shards. The problem is that they're just super low drop chance. Even from something repeatable like treasures, they're like a 1% drop chance. So it's just time. You got to throw time at it. If you want it first, you got to spend every hour of every day farming treasures, which is not what most people are willing to do. So, but I also then have some points in. I have some points in Jeweler's Toolset Mastery as well. I've got Jeweler's Toolset Mastery Max, and I've also put some points into Brilliant Baurbling. Some points in Brilliant Baurbling was able to get me a bonus inspiration. Inspiration grants a 10% additional skill when crafting jewelry goods. This was critical to me because it now means that I can, for the most part, let's get some stuff prospecting. I can, for the most part, now, not super comfortably, but I can now craft basically everything that I need to and want to at quality 3 at a reasonable cost as well. They must have changed the proc rate of the eyeglass thing. On Friday, I was getting rank 3 every once in a while. Today, I'm getting none. Be aware, you might have had the inspiration buff. Is the inspiration buff a thing yet? What's that? Sagius Incense or something? I can't remember what it was called. Is it worth 400k to level up a profession at this stage? If you can make more than 400k back, yeah. I was thinking about this quite a lot yesterday. One thing I was thinking about is that how do we put this? The intermediate crafting game is almost done. Like, I did really heavily suspect that crafting would be...
So how's the prospecting rates? I'm doubting whether I should go prospecting or gem cutting build, haha.
Well, maybe my next 3 sentences might answer your question. Cheers for the prime, by the way. Intermediate crafting is basically done. From next week onwards, we're going to go into a world where people will start unlocking guaranteed max 3 intermediates. The second that happens, anybody else that's not there is done. Game over. GG, well played. You had your fun, now move over. The big boys are playing. The only reason why there's profit in any of the intermediate items right now is because people can't guarantee quality 3, they're still using inspiration. They're fishing for procs, which is why you may also see I have stacked inspiration to the hills. I don't care about anything else. I want more inspiration because it means I can proc quality 3 stuff more frequently. That is giving me a slight edge, I think. A slight edge. Prospecting rates is something you are going to have to calculate based on your own stats. You can take my cheat sheet and you can put in some of your own data, and you may need to then slightly customize it a little bit to give yourself numbers that are relevant to you. Did you enchant the tool? Yes, I did. I put a full plus 40 inspiration on this. I have a sneaky feeling I bought that enchant off K-Chak. I have a sneaky feeling. It was the enchant alone was, I think, 50k. And I tipped a guy 20k to make the tool in the first place. I only got it at quality 2, but I did get it with inspiration, and then I stacked yet more inspiration on top of it. So this is the thing. This is the level of min-max you have to do. You have to pick a direction and go with it. That was the one thing I said to most people. And I fell short of it myself even. If you look, I did put 5 points in faceting. I put 5 points here, and the reality is those are 5 points that I probably shouldn't have put there. I should have listened to my own advice. But the reason I did this was because it pushed me to the point where I could actually make some of the cuts at rank 3. I'm now able those few little extra skill points was enough to get me to the point where I can go right, cut gems, energize malachite. I have 218 skill, and when my inspiration procs, I gain a bonus 125, which actually means now in hindsight those 5 points that were put in there are actually not needed, which was a bit annoying. Because I've kind of wasted 5 points here from being like truly optimal. But, you know, it was Sunday afternoon. I wasn't paying much attention. I didn't do the maths, and I put some points where I shouldn't have done. Those 5 points actually right now could be far more effective in here. 5 points in here would be madness right now. Plus 15 extra inspiration when crafting dual crafting goods. On top of a flat base rate of plus 5. Yeah, I could get plus 20 inspiration from 5 knowledge points right here, which is mad. That's going to put my inspiration from being 26% to about 28, 29%. Which will make a world of difference when almost 1 in 3 things that you're crafting end up proccing inspiration. Big news. Big news. Let's get post scan on the go. What we selling this morning? Stuff. Bits and bobs. What's the elemental harmony situation last night? Because it was going absolutely bonkers crazy yesterday. There's this... Okay, there's a wall of 250 of them. That's annoying. That's annoying. If that wall of 250 wasn't there, the question is are these guys online? They're clearly not, because if they were, they would have undercut me. It's tempting to make that wall disappear, because these were doing bits yesterday. I have a real problem on my hands. A real problem that anything I'd say and talk about right now is going to be heavily sniped, I have a feeling, because we're talking about region-wide auction house now. The region-wide auction house was almost the reason to why I wasn't going to go this route in game, because unfortunately I'm not going to give up my streaming. I enjoy my streaming too much, but I'm aware that I run the risk of being heavily sniped, especially in these days where people are thirsty. Oh boy are people thirsty to make some gold right now. The undercutting is horrendous. It's fun though. I've utilized it a little bit myself. I've pushed people to buy me out by creative use of undercutting. A tactic that will annoy the living Christ out of anybody that browses the subreddit on the regular. But is a tactic that works incredibly well. Because nobody's entitled to profit. And if your main focus is profit, then I'm going to sneak in with my turnover-focused mindset and annoy your day. We need to craft some more stuff, though. We need to get some more stuff on the go. We need... let's get some... What are we missing? What are we running low on? Running low on clasps, quality 3. Shimmering clasp. See, this is really annoying. This is really annoying. This is why I need to spend 3 points constructively. 3 points constructively here would mean I can guarantee quality 3 clasps. And then that market is just mine. Just done. Thank you very much. See you later. My goal for today, though, is not to actually play around with jewel crafting for all too much. There's the 5 points from faceting coming into play. Yeah, see, this is it. This is it. That one moment of weakness has cost me the ability to monopolize a market. Shimmering clasps at quality 3. If you can guarantee those things, you are onto a win. You are onto a win. These things are 450 gold a piece. 450 gold a piece right now. Sell remarkably well. And when you can get to the point where you can generate these for, what would the cost be on one of those? 450 gold a piece on a shimmering clasp, which is the cost of one single gem. Yeah, that's the license to print money. And I'm missing it by 3 points, which is just ever so slightly annoying. But we can fish for procs with Q2s. It's fine, because we can still sell the quality 2 one at a reasonable rate. You have 3 spec points, isn't there a node you can throw them into to get 3 more skill? I'm kind of saving those. I need 2 more. I like to spend my points 5 at a time, because it usually means that you get... It's not super sensible, you are right. I should definitely just spend them, but I don't particularly want to spend them just here. I know I've missed out on this market, so it's why I'm not too pumped to drive forward with it. Done Dark Moon already? On this character, yeah. Any reason not to have dedicated crafters and gatherers separate on different characters? Hang on. Any reason not to have dedicated crafters and gatherers separately on different characters? That's exactly the way I would suggest doing it. I wouldn't... if you're going crafting, go crafting. If you're going gathering, go gathering. Yeah. Right, see if we can get to about 50 of the rank 3s. That'll give me some stuff to sell. $44 still, come on. Couple of inspiration procs, there we go. Another one. When they come like buses, there we go. 47, I want 50 of them. 50 is a nice round number so we can get some sold. 50, there we go. We're doing all right for the other intermediates. What about stone, actually? Glossy stone, we are... yeah, see, there we go. Anything that's got a recipe difficulty of 200, I'm literally 3 points away. Mad level annoying. Seriously annoying. This also seems to indicate to me that we might be out of quality 3 Nosderite cuts, which are not overly expensive. Forceful Nosderites... the problem with Nosderites is if you don't proc quality 3, you just get bent over. So I need to check the prices a little bit more carefully on those. But yeah, I want to just get a little bit of this sold, a little bit of my inventory sold. Then I'm going to do... one thing I really need to do, my main priority for today is to get all of my alts, their weekly quests done. Because that's the only thing that is somewhat time-gated. I need to get their professions leveled. I need to get their weekly quests done. And I almost feel as if I should make some sort of fancy sheet to track this so I remember what I've done and what I haven't. Okay, those elemental harmonies are selling alright at this sort of price. I'm wondering how much are primal con something or other, what they called? Primal convergence. 2k a piece, that means I'm practically spending 1,000 gold-ish. Plus the cost of the gems. Okay, I've still got a bunch of them. Let me sell through these first, maybe. I've got a whole bunch of points in leatherworking that I've not spent yet. It's weird, right? I was expecting to sort of dabble and play around with a lot of the professions, but I should have realised that I'll end up just getting stuck with jewel crafting. My work orders, though, on my other tools haven't been filled, which is a bit of a sad face. It means nobody's done any shenanigans with rep for those. Cheeky little reset on Q2 quick USMLs yesterday. Extremely slow and buggy auction house. Did a number on my sale. Yeah, you and me both. Yes. Still pretty sure I'll come out ahead though. Sold about half of them for 800 gold profit. And price is still 600 above my purchase price. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. Yeah, the auction house was horrendous yesterday. It was a real... I was laser focusing what I was trying to sell, and I was doing it manually because it was just that slow. But although I do have a few gems, I've not gone too heavy into the gem cut market. I reckon these are going to be big in the next few days. I reckon these could be monstrous. Quality 3 Draconic Vials. In the run-up to the raid, I reckon Q3 Vials are going to sell like hotcakes. And Q3 Vials, I think I can now make these with only Q2 dust, which I don't have any of. Let's get some Q2 dust on the go. What are we doing for Nosderites? Let's do Nosderites instead. Well, no. Those. Strongly considering getting a second Jawncrafter. Can't decide between more alts or more hyper optimization. I was contemplating the same. I was very much contemplating the same, to have a second Jawncrafter that just goes... the problem is I've kind of done it backwards. I've gone the utility mode on my main character. I should have, in theory, if I was going to do that, I should have gone like hardcore gem cutting, rep grinding, get all the cuts on my main character, and then done a utility build on an alt. But it's working out alright as it stands. Right. Vials. I think 185 plus 115 is exactly 300. Genius. Actual genius right there. I hate that you can't just infinitely cast Crush. Yeah, my crushed stone is stacking up. Oh, crumbled stone, sorry, is stacking up. I need this is also the thing. This is also the thing that's leading me to have not only a second Jawncrafter, but a second Jawncraft on a second account. So that it can be just prospecting and crushing everything constantly. I've already gone through 50k Ceravite ore, which is not huge amounts. I'm quite sure there's people out there that have prospected a lot more than me. But it's time intensive, that's the thing, right? Anyone else remember when Blizzard said that prospecting and milling would do all of the mills in one cast in Dragonflight? Yeah, I think that was just, I remember that because I remember tweeting that out, being very, very happy about that. But I think it was just a bit of about how it was phrased. I think the fact that they said you could then select the ore you wanted and prospect or mill all you wanted at the press of a button was how they phrased it, which makes you think that you press only one button and it only has to do one cast. I think we all got suckered by that a little bit, me included. But what they really meant is that you just have a craft all button, which is like, oh, that's basically what we had anyway. Yeah, not only do we not have a true craft all button, now we don't even have mass prospecting. So we're back to the old days of doing it 5 at a time. At least we're not doing it 5 at a time by hand though. That would make me cry. They just need to put in a scrapper type thing for a disenchanter, crusher, etc. Well, there's actually good reason to why that's not a good idea. It's a quality of life thing that is great, but it would also make the entire system so fast to do that it would be even more competitive and the cost of everything would be even cheaper. The fact that it takes you a long time to grind through stuff is actually one of the core reasons to why things stay profitable for that little bit longer. So in a way, I'd rather it stay the way it is. Actually, let's, whilst we say that, get some crushing on the go. This crushing of stone, though, and turning it into gems, gives me real Factorio C-Block vibes. Is it actually possible to make the 418 items next week from knowledge points? Crafters will be able to get to the point where they, in theory, will be able to make them. I say in theory because, like Lazy's just pointed out, nobody's going to actually have the optional reagents to make them until the season launches. But crafters will be in a point where they can be ready and waiting. Crafters will be ready to fill those orders. Another reason to why I feel that there probably won't ever be a single public order, because the second one turns up, regardless of, well, you know, it could be a 1 gold order, somebody will press that button because it'll be an end game piece of gear and it will provide a skill point for the profession. People are going to be incentivized to fill up to 50 work orders just for skill points. Probably more than that, because I reckon by the time you get to 80, 90 skill points, it really starts to slow down. It's not going to be a guaranteed every time, I reckon. Oh, energized malachite. Oh, that's painful. Sold one for 28,000 gold yesterday. Now they're selling for 11. Woo! How times do change. How times do change. If I think what I'll probably do is try my best to not buy anything more right now. Do a little bit of a liquidate so I don't feel bad for sitting on stock. Then we'll go level, not level alts, but then we'll go do some weekly quests on other professions. Oh, did we just sell a Sensei's Neltherite? Did we get a big sale there? We did, boom. 15k. Okay, Q3 gems are popping off now. It makes a world of difference when TSM actually allows you to do TSM things. My TSM profile right now is so filthy, it's not even funny though. It's an absolute, by the true definition of a hack job. It works, but it's not pretty. It does what it's supposed to do, sort of, mostly. But boys and girls, this is why I wanted to go region-wide auction house. For this constant ASMR ching-ching noise. Music to my ears. Hack job profiles are generally better than pretty ones. In many cases, they are. In many cases, they are. Something that looks neat and tidy is usually not that functional. I mean, I've not done anything fancy at all with my operations, though. I'm literally flying,
Is that your
like,
wallet?
I'm just
glad to
flying on pure
Both, I hope.
hope that I don't get scamazed most of the time, but... Rage Doctor, thank you very much for the tier 1, appreciate it. Or Rage Dragon, maybe. Dr. GN. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I contemplated trying to put together some TSM groups, and then I was like, nah, nah, let's just get the game played for a little bit. There's 2 years to make fancy looking TSM groups. Everybody's going to have different prices and different requirements and different playstyles right now, so a default profile is maybe not the way forward anyway. Another Elemental Harmony. These are selling enough that I am super tempted to do some shenanigans with that market. Super tempted. Because there's a big wall here. There's a big wall, but... problem is, it's a couple of mil to make that wall disappear. But if we make that wall disappear, see, it's risky business because I know there's plenty of people that have got access to this. I think if I was going to do a 2 mil market reset, I probably wouldn't be doing it on stream. I do have some limitations. One reason why I wasn't particularly keen to do too much of a full TSM profile though for Dragonflight was that I still didn't know how the markets were going to play out. So in terms of pricing things, in terms of what was going to be popular, in terms of what's not popular. For example, I've got certain things in certain groups based upon their, their popularity. This was something I was never going to be able to figure out ahead of time, not easily anyway. And like, for example, Eternity's Ambers. In the first couple of days, Eternity's Ambers and Nosderites were like super duper mega expensive. Now they're practically free only a few days later. And entirely because of this crushing mechanic. You get twice as many of them to start with, then you can crush all of your bonus crumbled stone for yet even more on top of it. So actually, I just end up using the orange ones mostly for turning it into dust, to be honest. Although I should sort of prioritize some of these other basic ones first, which just don't seem to sell for anything. Down to 16 gold, 15 gold, 16 gold. I'm quite surprised they're still that high, to be honest. Apart from Mystic Sapphires. Mystic Sapphires are funny. I didn't see this coming. But Mystic Sapphires being expensive entirely because of Shimmering Clasps. I didn't see that coming at all. Another Sensei's Q3 gem. That might be the last of those. Let's see where we've been undercut. Combatants' rings are using them too. Yeah, those things are flying off the shelves, which is probably why the clasps are doing very well. A recipe that I should probably just buy. I get a knowledge point, I suppose, if I buy a recipe and craft it for the first time. I could do with 2 knowledge points. Let's check these Nosderite cuts, because I reckon there's some money to be made on these Nosderites. Q3 Nosderite cuts 37710. There's got to be money to be had there. Look how many of these are not being. Look how many of these don't exist. I think we need to make a few Nosderite cuts. Awakened Air. Running low on Awakened Air. That's the one we don't want to make. This is super cheap because people make it because Awakened Earth is cheap. Okay, I need a few Awakened Air. Awakened Air. Yeah, let's grab a few Awakened Air. $500 a piece. Jesus. With 500 a piece, then I gotta be careful how many of these I make. If we're gonna get 1 in 4, let's just buy 25 of those for now. There's me saying I'd stop spending, but what are you gonna do? So anything interesting to do with fractured glass? Not really. It's why it's basically free. You always have too much of it, unfortunately. There's no real way around that. Hang on, let me check I've got this set up right. Am I using Inspiration 115 gives... Can I get away with using Q2s? 175 plus 115. I'm 10 points away from using cheaper gems. Oh well, I get them for free anyway. You should check out the incense before crafting. You're right, I probably should. Ooh, I need a few more. Yeah, save the awakened air. That's what we want. Right, there's 5 of those. 5 times... okay, that's 35k. That covers the cost of what we paid. Okay, we've broken even there. Okay, that wasn't too lucrative of a flip. This is why I'm not so keen to play too big of a part with the cut gems. We'll make a little profit on those, but not much. Jaggeds. These are 8k a piece. Oh, save the gem. I don't want to save the gem. Save the the gems are free. Okay, this one is not working out very well for us. 4. We'll make 1 more of these. There we go. There's 5 of those. Oh, 6, a bonus one. Steady Nosderites. This is really gambling with these. It's gambling, but at least they don't use Awakened Order. That's the... Oh, God. Oh, God. What happened to my luck? Oh, God. Oh, not like this. Not like this. Did we not make a single one out of like 12? Ouch. Okay, well, I just put a whole bunch of Awakened Frost in the bin then. Okay. Not like this. 7 minutes on my time watcher's patience, okay. Don't you want a nicer jewel crafting tool? My man, this is best in slot tool. This is best of the best. I mean, it might only be quality 2, but I'll upgrade this eventually to quality 5. But this is the tier 2 one. You don't get much better than this. Okay. I tried my luck. I swung and I missed on those. I do have a bunch of Awakened Order, so I might as well be doing something with it, but I've now gone and burnt through. Oh, okay. Okay. Good old broken stuff. I saw one of your videos for blacksmithing that you recommend the smelting spec for the alloys, or generally the intermediate materials. Do you think I can make good profit with this, even with the region-wide auction house? I'm a bit hesitant because the weapon crafting is looming in the background, for example. But then again, I'm not so deep into professions. Hesitation is usually not a good thing with goal making. At this moment in time, the intermediate market is nearly finished, whereas the gear crafting market has not really yet begun. So your mileage may vary. I cannot really, when it comes to specializations, it's nearly impossible for me to smartly advise people what to do, which is why for the most part I've just not. It requires, there's so much more to it than is this market going to be better than this market. This is the problem. If you're gonna go, you just got to pick a direction and go. Just pick a direction and go. The more you kind of wait, well, is this going to be better or is this going to be better? In the time it takes you to decide which is better, you're losing. You're just constantly losing. You could be doing something now and making profit now, sort of thing. Senseis, how many of these have we got still? We've still got 1 of these. We've sold a couple of these. We might... Ooh, do we just craft a few more of these? Let's go and have a look what's hot. Yeah, honestly, when it comes to goal making at the start of an expansion, You just got to get going. Just do it. Because every day that you hold back not doing it is a day where you've not made anything. And making nothing, I mean, I suppose making nothing is safer than taking a loss, but it's kind of quite hard to take much of a loss at the start of an expansion unless you start doing silly things. Let's take a look at the Nelthorites. Sensei's Nelthorites, Keen Nelthorite, quality 3 stuff is all I actually care about. Keen is up for 17. Zen, I don't have the recipe for Zen. I don't have... Okay. Sensei's is actually... Woo! Woo! So few gems. So few gems. Okay. I don't know. It's so incredibly risky cutting gems right now with the price of Awakened Order being what it is. 2,400 gold. Still 2,400 gold. And I don't think this is going anywhere anytime soon. This is going to be the heavy callous hide. This stuff is going to be the heavy callous hide of Dragonflight. This stuff isn't going anywhere in price anytime soon. It's just too difficult to come by, and too many people want it for too many reasons. What's this incense called? Sagius incense or something. Can we get quality? What's quality 3 do for me? Incense will burn for 8 minutes. What's the difference between the three? I mean, those prices. The Awakened Order might become even more expensive when gear crafting kicks in. I'm almost convinced we'll see four. Like, if I was to play a big gameplay would be to. I have the suspicion that stuff could end up going. That's not the right one, is it? Oh, 30k a piece. Fucking hell. Increased inspiration, yeah, but by how much? I have a suspicion that Awakened Order is just going to go to the moon. Because... simply because there are going to be two factors in play. One, all of the farmers are going to stop farming. This is what we haven't really considered too much. This happens every time there's a new patch, every time there's a new expansion. Prices of materials are at their cheapest in the first couple of weeks, apart from the first few days where everything's stupid crazy. They're cheapest in the first few weeks because nobody's got anything else to do right now apart from gear up, level alts, and farm. Soon as M Plus turns up, soon as the raid turns up, supply of materials takes a nosedive because everybody stops farming. Everybody starts doing something else. It happens every time. And so when you've got a material like Awakened Order that is already, you know, limited in its supply and already expensive, that is one of those materials where I would not be too surprised to see it hit 4k, 5k, because everybody will still need it, and more importantly, everybody will probably need more of it. Yet then nobody will be out there going and getting it. Heavy Callous Hide did exactly the same thing. It could be quite interesting. Pog Essence. Who remembers the Pog Essence silliness? Pog Essence started out at like 3-4k, then it got up to 5, then it got up to like 7k, then 10k, then 15, then 20, then 30. Why? Because everybody stopped farming the damn stuff and all of a sudden there was use for it and people needed it. It's probably not as extreme as Pog Essence, but it was still pretty crazy. 10 inspiration. 20 inspiration or 30 inspiration. Question is what does 30 inspiration do for me? Is it worth me dropping down a 30k? Can I recuperate 30? I mean, if I'm doing it with gems, but the point is that I'm already at a point. Okay, 30 bonus. Let me think. Let me do some maths in my head real quick. Plus 30 on top of that is an extra 10%, which means we'd be pushing 32% inspiration if I used one of those. We'd go from 1 in 4 to 1 in 3 crafts being a proc, roughly. These are not exact numbers. Cuts down on the waste a lot. The Awakened Order was the real MVP. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You have to use the full 30 minutes though for it to be really be worth. Yeah, if I was gonna, I would. I'd probably buy one of those and use it just before I do a massive gem cutting session or something. For normal, just farting about doing little bits and pieces, it doesn't make a huge difference. Move that out of the way. Let's get some prospecting on the go. Oh, I've got a doggo. A wild doggo appears. 20 to 30 points on inspiration is very minor. At this stage, it's minor because I'm starting to hit the diminishing returns on it because I've stacked it so high. But it's one of those, right, where every little does help. So, like I said, just a 3 or 4% increase could take me from 1 in 4 cuts being a proc to 1 in 3 cuts being a proc, which does monstrous things for your bottom line costs. Do the feasts only come from the cooking event thing? The recipes for them, I think they do, yeah. Oh, we've not done the advent calendar. What's the day today? It's the 5th, right? It's number 5. What we got in number 5 today? Give me something good. Oh, it's a good one. Oh, it's a good one, boys and girls. Right, it's a good one. Let's be careful not to show this to the camera. Who can guess it first? Who can guess it first? Oh, it's a bounty! Twix? Get out of here with your Twix. Welcome in though, Jack. Snickers? Oh. Fun size bounty? Yes. That's a win. Now it's officially Christmas. Damn bounty unfollow.
Hello there.
We won't have any of that round here, Jack. None of that, please. OGs remember marathons before they became Snickers. Yeah. Or just generally old people. Good stuff. These senseis are actually doing surprisingly well. Q3, 1, 2, 3 of them we've sold in the last half an hour. 1 listed. How many more of these have we got to go? We haven't got any more to go. I think I need to craft a few more of those. What about our elemental harmony? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 in the last hour. 12 in the last hour. Fighting competition with that stupid wall of them. Oh, okay. Well, somebody in the wall has decided to... Okay. I was so prepared trying to find the daily number and you just opened it. Oh yeah, shit, sorry. I got too excited. I could close the door and you could find it again. There'll be nothing in it though. That'll be really anticlimactic. What's worse than having an advent calendar? Than an advent calendar that has nothing behind the door. That's just tragic. Right. I'll let you, Oh, no looking. No looking. No, you blatantly know where it is now. I'll close all of them so you don't know which one it is that is already open. Right, there you go. Find number 5. Number 5. Focus. 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 Top left corner. See? Genius. You already saw it. You lied. Lies. Lies. Now I can open them all again. It's like Christmas all over again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's 3 gone? 3. There we go. Oh, you've probably been looking at it for the last 20 minutes anyway. Scammed. Are you mainly focused on jewel crafting? Mm-hmm. Yep. Dude, put it in the fridge. That's all good. I don't like super cold chocolate. Nothing worse than warm chocolate snacks. Oh, I'm the opposite. I'm the opposite. Chocolate's like cheese, Jack. You should understand this. It doesn't belong in the fridge. Not when you already live in a fridge. Oh, exactly. It's damn cold outside. Not going to participate in next week's potion making frenzy. Oh, I am. I'm just going to be approaching it from a different angle. I'm going to be approaching it from the angle of sell absolutely everybody the outrageous amount of draconic vials that they need. That's my plan. Is there any way to actively farm rep with the Artisans Consortium? Nope. Nope. You can do the weekly quests. That's about it. To keep cheese better fresh, you better put it in the fridge. Cheese tastes so much better when it's at room temperature. So much better when it's at room temperature, especially stinky cheese. Mm-mm. What rep you on for the Artisans Consortium? Oh, I've not done any shenanigans whatsoever, but I don't particularly need to do any shenanigans with
Is
them.
that your wallet?
Other than
just
leveling
glad to
them
see
up
me.
to then buy the
Both, I
knowledge
hope.
books, but
Time of
I'll
the
get
month.
them when I get
Go
them.
away ads. Unless it's Doritos ads.
Innkeeper Moonglade, thank you very much. Appreciate it. 11 months now. Thank you, thank you. Oh yeah, of course. If you're not planning on eating the cheese, it goes back in the fridge. I'm not an animal. Not an absolute animal. Okay, nearly 400k now. Nearly 400k the last hour. Goes to show what can be done when TSM actually plays game. I'm starting to stack up these Nosderites. Nothing like a bit of stinking bishop. I love that stuff. I love that stuff. I can't find it in Finland. There's a cheese van though. There's a cheese van that does have some very nice speciality British cheddars, which is quite nice. But stinking bishop I can't find. There used to be a shop in Stratford upon Avon that used to sell it. That was very nice. Okay, we're clearly blitzing through a lot of our inventory here, which is good. Getting shot of these is quite important to me as well. The quality 2 cut gems. If I can get shot of the quality 2 gems at or around the price of the Awakened Order, I would obviously like to sell them at about 2.5k a piece, because that means that their cost is covered. But it's not easy to do, as everybody's also trying to sell them. But yeah, this is my plan. Sell the Draconic Vials to people that want to, do this. They'll spend 200 gold on a single vial because it's quality 3 right now. I googled bishop cheese on Google, found a website that sells it, click a link, website asks me if I'm 18 plus. It's because that cheese is that good. It's just that good. Is 4 mil gold enough to start making serious profits? Well, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's halfway to a gold cap. It's honestly though, gold is not the ticket to success in Dragonflight. Having lots of gold is always a benefit, but it's not that much of a benefit. I've spent probably, I don't know, how much have I spent leveling this up and then on all the tools and the enchants and stuff like that? I've probably spent a few 100,000 gold just on the profession, getting it good. But not much more than that. TSM's reading my 343 item is 270. TSM's not very good at reading item levels on bits of gear. I'd be very careful with that. Yeah, be very careful with that. You'll get caught out. Is there actually any use for these Queen's Rubies other than just breaking them down? I'm just thinking. I seem to end up with a lot of these. Obviously, I get a lot more of the Eternity's Ambers, but I'm just wondering if there's any use I'm going to put these to, or whether I should just break them all down. I think just breaking them up is probably the best move. I'll sell them back out if I can, but... Changed my mind. Crafter's orders are the biggest fail ever done by Blizzard for the auction house. Instead of selling my hard work farmed items for 500 to 1,000 gold, I will let people with no gear. I get these golds in like 5 minutes of raw gold farms. Take a look at any right now. I would imagine, if I was to hazard a guess, any gold maker that's even remotely public about what they do is not paying any attention to the crafting order system. We're all focused on the region-wide auction house because we all understand that that's where the gold is, and that the crafting order system is just a convenience system for people to get the crafted gear. It's not where gold is going to be made. It was never... I should also clarify, it was not designed to be a way to make people lots of gold. It was designed with convenience in mind, broadly speaking. I don't think they hit the nail on the head for that either, but it was never even on the cards for it to be a system that was to make people gold. That's just not how the work order system was designed. Okay, now we've got some more. Why did it stop making my crush all go? Oh, I know why it stopped. Because I was going to see if actually these were used for anything that I care about. Red carvings. What are these selling for right now? And are they... Oh, no, they're bind on pickup. Oh, well, they're absolute trash then. Also goes into a Queen's Gift and it goes into a Jewel Dragon's Heart. Oh, well, I don't care about those at all. Ever. Then they just get minced into dust. How you doing, Stro? Welcome in. You're getting sales? What you up to? Abusing the region-wide auction house. Abusing the region-wide auction house for everything that it's got. How much have you invested to get those 400k sales? Well, gold-wise, generally speaking, I'm still in the hole. But this is because I've taken a few losses over the last few days. I've taken a few losses at multiple points. I've probably wasted somewhere close to 4 million gold. Or let me just put it this way. I've probably spent 4 million gold that I'm not going to get back in Dragonflight so far. But in the last, I don't know, in the last 24, 48 hours with jewel crafting, I've turned the corner. I've now got it to the point that where what it's doing is profitable, and I've got the system down. I've worked out what's going on with it. And so I don't have to then take those losses. Some of those losses were crafting Darkmoon cards in the early days. The first couple of days of crafting and selling Darkmoon cards, it was gold that I knew I was never going to get back. About 2 million or so there, roughly, the cost of leveling all of the professions, the cost of getting some of them, you know, I've got some profession tools and stuff that I paid handsomely for just to get them. Those stupid rhyme fin things, I bought a bunch of those, not just for the video yesterday, but I accidentally stacked them and clicked on them, which cost me about 500,000 gold. Annoying. But yeah, so like the reality is that I've probably about broken even so far, but I've had some pretty sizable losses that I've recuperated already, so I'm fine. Somebody's deciding to buy all of my raw gems. Oh, hang on. What I didn't do is check if these are good for anything. No, absolutely good for nothing. Narcissist sculpture. What is this? Another bind on pickup sculpture. Don't care. Break them. I think I'm up about 500,000, but I'm pretty much not selling anything. 9 pieces of gear, which I'm cancel scanning, but I get like 2 sales an hour for a few K gold each. The gear market is next week, I think. But we'll see. Enchants seem like an interesting market to get into, but I don't know what the sales are like. Enchants will really pop off next week, I think. But it will also become very competitive very quickly. I know why a whole bunch of people went the enchanting route, because it's actually really quite simple. You've got basically no materials to consider. You have 3 prices you need to deal with. Obviously, there's disenchanting and there's getting those 3 materials at the most effective price. If you're just buying them off the auction house, you might have a pretty tough time, unless you are crafting quality 3 stuff on the regular and have been able to buy materials cheap. Couple more elemental harmonies. Who's pushed the price of these things down even further? Lord have mercy. These were selling comfortably at 25k yesterday. I need this wall to disappear. I need this dude to log on and cancel his pissing auctions so we can get a reset on this market, because there's a lot of room to move in this market. I'm complaining, but these are still wildly profitable. I'll sell through my stock of them, I think, and then I'll let the market chill for a little bit while we go do some other things. Right, what else have we got? We've got Sundered Onyx. What are these used for nowadays? Sundered Onyx are going into some basic bitch gems. They go into this thing, which is not really a key component of them. And it also goes into this thing, which is not really big business anymore. Okay. Break them down. Crush them down. Crush them down. Get something more useful out of them. Has there been a good enchanting guide somewhere? I have it along with jewel crafting on my main. Would like to level it up, so I'm pushing renown there mainly. I never looked in too much detail at enchanting, if I'm honest. For me, enchanting was kind of I put it in the category of a passive profession. Something that you would pair up if if you were running a lot of dungeons or something. You could spec a certain direction to get a lot of gear, just a lot of stuff to disenchant. Just passive generating some gold. But much much outside of that. The actual crafting of enchants, I didn't pay much attention to. And there is clearly some people who have really min-maxed that. One of them being K-Chak. If you spot his Twitter, he was basically first to market with quality 3 enchants and was making an absolute killing. Gold Goblin, welcome in. Good to see ya. Been putting some pretty impressive Twitch numbers out recently, I'd say. Congratulations, my man. That sub count is popping. It's going to be a good Christmas in the Gold Goblin house. Right now, I'm only really able to make anything special with tailoring. People are doing some thread unraveling with tailoring right now, which I think is the big thing that's going on.
Let's make sweet
we'll,
profit together.
Yes, less than 3 laughing face.
Thank you very much for the Prime Gaming, my man. Appreciate it. Yeah, we'll take a little bit of a closer look at some of the other professions. I know focusing just on one is probably not, you know, super useful for everybody, because if you're not a jewel crafter, but I hate you and love you at the same time for the fish video. It killed the profit, but now I can also do something else other than fill 3 banks full of fish and cancel scan soggy packs. I suppose. I left it a day or two. I let people have a blast with that for a while. It was with more and more people hitting. Oh, TSM's died on me. With more and more people hitting renown 10, it was going to probably tank pretty quickly anyway. In the flip side, what was quite funny is I released that video and then NA just got sold out. Somebody just stole all of them. They must have watched the video and was like, right, no fish for anybody. Goblin's doing goblin things, clearly. Right, what have we got to... We need to break down a whole bunch of these Eternity's Ambers into something more useful. In fact, we need to look at intermediates. I'm missing... What am I missing? I'm missing a lot of rousing fire. We can fix that problem pretty quick. Right, let's make a bunch of vials then. What do I need for these? Use Q2 dust for vials. 185 plus 115, 300. Boom, go. I'll use at least some of this goddamn fractured glass that I have no idea. Whoa! 4 inspiration procs in a row. Now it's Christmas. Genius. Okay. Running out of stuff to sell. I'd say thanks for the fish video. I was selling them for 400 gold each. It wouldn't have surprised me if somebody just like hoovered them all up and relisted them. It was probably a good flip opportunity. Sometimes I do wonder. I do think to myself sometimes, what would happen if I clearly have the ability to manufacture scarcity and demand for items. Now, if I was really, if I was being really nefarious, I could have quite easily bought out the entire fish market, then published my video, then relisted and sold all the fish at twice the price. But that's, I mean, that's almost worse than insider trading, right? It's going to be pretty obvious when you show the graph, yeah. Why did you buy 7,000 fish 10 minutes before you released a video on fish? Well, I don't know. It wasn't me. Sounds a bit like Elon Musk. Does a touch, doesn't it? Was Santa. Dog stepped on my keyboard. That's it. Yeah. That's it. Cat ate my homework. Wasn't me. Wasn't me. This is stopped. Why is this stopped? Oh, we're out of draconic stoppers. All right, fine. Frameless lenses. We've still got a bunch of these to sell. Can we maybe push these frameless lenses a bit harder? Where's... Let's see what the market looks like on these. Ooh, Lord. Okay. That's taken a bit of a battering. This would okay, yeah, that's taken a bit of a battering. Maybe I don't want to make too many more of those then. Glossy stone. Good use of my Eternity's Amber. Slightly annoyed by the fact I'm 3 points short from guaranteeing quality 3. Which, if I can't guarantee quality 3, maybe I use quality 2, which I've got an unlimited quantity of, and just fish for procs. Let's get some of those made then. The nice thing about the start of an expansion is you don't have to worry too much about the maths. At least I don't tend to worry too much about the maths. If you know that you've done the effort behind the scenes, you know, like you've got the right tools, you've got the right stats, you've gathered all of your knowledge points, you've spent your skill points sensibly. If you've done the work behind the scenes, you don't have to worry too much about the maths because it should just all kind of fall into place. If you don't want to appear on your graph, slide in my DMs. I'll hide the mess in my graph. That's another option. Right, I need to get out of the auction house, though. I need to get out of the auction house. We've worked our way through a lot of our stuff, though, so we're running out of things to sell. Dark Moon decks taught us to always do the math. Well, that's true. That's true. But that was also another one, whereas if you'd done the preparation beforehand, the preparation beforehand was understanding the maths before you got into it. Just casually throwing millions of gold at something in the hope that you'd make millions more was not doing the, you know, that was not doing your pre-checks. If you dive in blind, then it's your own fault when it fails. Hard to do the maths if you don't know the percentage. Well, that, you know, that's part of the preparation, isn't it? You know, maybe do a quick Google, maybe ask about. It did surprise me just how many people were willing to spend like millions of gold on something that they knew nothing about. Like they had no idea how the market worked at all, and they were like, "Yeah, I'll spend 3 million gold making Dark Moon cards on the first day. Surely that will turn into 6, right? It must do." And then no, it turned into 500k. Wow, did I only get 20 glossy stone from that? Okay, that entire adventure was totally pointless. Clasps. Are we out of clasps? We are. We're out of Mystic Sapphires as well, though. So I guess that's why we're out of clasps. All right, no problems there then. Well. What that means is we've got way too many goddamn Eternity's Ambers. there's no sugarcoating that one. We got way too much of these damn things. This is going to be the tale of jewel crafting. Is going to be too many orange gems. Too many orange gems. Now I could just more aggressively sell the dust. Oh, I already am trying to sell the dust. It doesn't appear like people want to buy the dust for the obvious reasons that they can usually make it themselves, I'd guess. Gem dust. Oh no, I tell a lie. We've done... Okay, we've sold 5k worth of dust in the last hour. Maybe I just need to sell it a little bit more aggressively. Because 5k is not worth getting out of bed for right now. Okay. Yeah, okay. Right, I'm just going to liquidate. Get everything gone. Let's move on. I think if I check the mail with what we've got, I'm just thinking with what we've got sold right now, 380, just for ease of maths, 400k there. What's in our mailbox? Have we hit 5 million again? Have we done 1 million gold in sales today? No, not quite. There's only 140 here. Okay. Is it possible yet for you to estimate gold per hour with things you're doing right now? I want to compare to my market, which I decided to do, but planning something's... but I planned something similar to what you're doing now. Not really easily. Mostly, the weird thing is mostly the gold per hour has been pretty much reliant on the auction house being functional. I was doing the exact same thing yesterday, but it took me probably 5 hours to do what I've done in about an hour today, just because the auction house was so goddamn slow yesterday. So it's a bit tricky. It's a bit tricky to calculate things like... I mean, I don't really think too much about gold per hour when I'm doing crafting anyway. I spend as much time on doing it as I am comfortable doing, and then I hope the mailbox is big because of it. The auction house seems to die after 4 PM server. It was a nightmare. I was trying to post my Dark Moon quest items across 25 servers. Gave up in the end. Yeah, it was a real nightmare to try and use the auction house yesterday. I wonder if... Let's do one monster of a cancel scan. No. One monster of a cancel scan. And then I'll manually list everything back up in one big go. And then we'll go do some profession quests. Unless this is 5,000 items long, where I might revisit the idea. Okay, 289 auctions. Yeah, that's not happening. It can stay there. It can stay there. If it sells, it sells. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Okay. Let me get these up. I'll post these up manually. In you go. Oh, these are back at 1,000 gold. Why have these not been listed? Have I been selling these? Are these not in a group? Have I genuinely not got these in a group? A limited diamond. What? Eh? Are my quality 3 ones not in a group? Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. There's 50k sat there. going on here? Groups. These were probably going to go in that one. Huh. Where's the other one gone? Oh. Why did I do that? Why have I not been trying to sell those? I think I know why. I've been slightly tempted to keep these. But then again, if I turn 40k into 80k next week, it's neither here nor there. I should probably just get a shot of them. Okay. Let's just do this. I want to get these, don't matter so much. Energize, Malagites, I want to get these gone ASAP. Damage limitation on these ones. Oh my lord. We'll put ours in there. Three forceful Nosderites. Okay, sure. Frameless lenses, in you go. Draconic vials. Yeah, that's fine, in you go. $40 a piece. Alright. Oh, big undercut. Is that an indicator that these things are now like 10 gold a piece? No, okay. I see what's going on there. I actually use the Q2 stuff a lot, so I'll keep that. Can we sell some of these? Let's just get shot at them if we can. Right, that'll do for now. That's cleaned out my inventory. Oh, look, glossy stone. I've found a secret stash of glossy stone. Cheeky stash of glossy stone. Okay, we're good. We can leave it there. We can leave it there. Right, I need to quickly check that I've done all my profession weeklies on this dude. I've nearly cleaned the map of quests as well. I say nearly. I've obviously still got world quests kicking about, but I've finished Lawmaster now, which was key for me. What's this quest? Why has this armorsmith fella got something to say? Where have you gone? What are you hollering about? Red is best, right? Surely. Yoink. Any add-on to check which quests are missing to complete in Dragonflight? I don't know. I saw somebody mentioning a quest that basically just puts a marker on your map for any quest that you haven't complete. I'm not sure how it works. I'm guessing it scans your your behind the scenes quest log, maybe. But there are some things like that. BTW quest, yeah, something like that. That sounds familiar. That sounds very familiar. Right, but there's no quests appearing here on this character, which is kind of what I wanted. Let's leave this dude here then. Let's check. Let's jump on to Mr. Paladin fella. He might only be level 61, but he is my blacksmith and he is my enchanter. I need to make sure that I have done the weekly quests on this dude. I've just realised I need to buy one of the treaties, actually, thinking about it. On my main character, I'll come back to that. Do you need to do the dungeons to lore master the Inaran Plains, or is Wowhead lying? No, Wowhead's not lying. You actually do, which I haven't done yet. Actually, there's a big chunk of reputation I'm still missing by not doing the dungeons, but. Professions. New source of weapons. Gather 25 intact Drakthir weapons from Sundered Flame. Okay. Blacksmith services and then fireproof gear. That's the enchanter's one. Okay, we need to get those done then. I've paid so little attention to this character since the expansion's launched. I've leveled it up. I don't even have reasonable tools in place. I've not gone and done the craft one of everything yet. Let's get some better tools on these fellas. Because they should basically be free now, right? Profession equipment, blacksmithing. I want a top quality smithing apron. 239 can't be the best. There we go. Top quality smithing apron. One of those. Hang on. Is good. Oh, these are fixed stats. Okay. Top quality one of those. Draconian blacksmith hammer. 346. Blacksmith. Think. It's going to be inspiration again, isn't it? It's going to be inspiration. Then, shit, what did I just buy? The hammer. Hey, who ran off with my long boy? Outrageous behaviour. Wow, 3 FPS in Valdrakken. Gotta love that. I need the toolbox now. 346 toolbox. These are fixed stats as well, aren't they? Yeah, okay, that'll do. What are you doing on blacksmithing? Alloys? No idea. Honest answer, absolutely no idea. No idea whatsoever. I will decide soon. All I'm trying to do on my alts is just keep up with knowledge points. So that I've got as many of them for when I decide I need them for something. Oh, Lord, really? Okay, can we just do it this way then? Quality 5, quality 5, and quality 5. There we go. There's blacksmithing sorted. Now I need some stuff for enchanting. Profession equipment, enchanting, go. Rune Ceravite rod. Eh? The fuck are those? Get out of here. Where's my chromatic focus? Give me a big chromatic focus. No, I want the best chromatic focus, not this trash. Oh yeah, it's that, isn't it? I forgot it's the chromatic focus. Well, I guess we have one of those then. Bugged like loops, yeah. Wildercloth Enchanter's hat. 45 inspiration and 19 resourcefulness. That doesn't seem very balanced, does it? And then I guess it's the Rune Draconium Rod is the big boy one. Where Odds on we probably want inspiration again. I find it very difficult to believe we ever want anything but inspiration at this point in the game. So let's give that a go. Right, you go there. Now, you go there. And you go there. There we go. So we've got some tools sorted at least. Right, now we've got to go do those quests. Do I have Artisan's Metal on this character yet? 174 of it. Maybe I should put in a work order for a treatise for each profession. Any scribes want some work orders? Just saying. Where are the treats? Where are they in miscellaneous? Draconic thingamabob of thingamabob. Oh, Cockosaurus. I need to go get all of the material. I hate this system. Why can't I just order one and pay somebody a buttload of cash? I'm not about this gathering shit life. Right, okay. Let's track the other one as well. That's enchanting. Blacksmithing. Track that as well. You mean like an auction house? Yeah, exactly like an auction house. Exactly like an auction house. Right, I need 2 pieces of rock fang leather. Two pieces of rock fang leather. Glittering parchments. That's a vendor item, but I don't know where it's from. Glittering parchments. We need 10 of those. We need an awakened friar. Awakened fire. One of those. Awakened frost. One of those. 2 burnished inks. 2 burnished inks. No, we can use cheap shit because it doesn't matter. 2 of those. Right, that should be everything. Oh, Lord. Beautiful. Right, let's get those orders in place. I should have favorited the recipe, favorited them, shouldn't I? Let's favorite this one, enchanting. Let's favorite that one, blacksmithing. Right, have all of the materials. Any outstanding? Probably not. Twitch.tv/Manthea. No, it's advertising, isn't it? It's probably not allowed. Place order, go. Right, somebody do them now. Go. Fast, fast, fast. Right. Treaty's done. I'm gonna track this. I'm gonna track this. I need to work this out. I've gotten those for 5 gold. Yeah, I'm generous. It's fine. Let me make a little something for this. A little something for this. Right, we're gonna go weekly options. Hang on, I'll do it over here. Right, so weekly, no, that's weekly options. We've got book, how am I going to differentiate the two quests? Book and turn in. Book, turn in quest, collect quest. Right. Book, turn in, collect quest. And then I guess, if applicable, it's going to be the orders. The orders quest. One-time things, we have the profession, masters. We have treasures. We have, what other one-time things are there? First-time crafts don't count because that's just a list that tracks itself in game. 4x, dragon, shards. That's probably about it, isn't it? It's probably about it. Right, so then we'll have leatherworking. Leatherworking, jewel crafting. Leatherworking, jewel crafting, blacksmithing, enchanting. Hang on, what's going on here? Why did I put that in the wrong box? Leatherworking, jewel crafting, blacksmithing, enchanting, tailoring. I'm just trying to work out my characters in my head. Inscription. There's something for daily knowledge? Is there something for daily knowledge? No. Is there a way to track the first time? Oh, track first time chest? I'm not sure, no. I run 5 servers with 4 characters on each plus auction house play. This is so hard to track even with a sheet. So many things to do. Yeah, see, that's why I'm not focusing too much on my alts. I guess alchemy, engineering. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's all of the main primary ones. Then we have skinning, mining, herbalism. Which gathering ones I really couldn't care less about either way because it's not like I'm ever going to use them. Okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I guess these can be. Those can be checkboxes. How do you insert a checkbox nowadays? There you go. Checkboxes. Profession Masters is a checkbox. Have you said hi to the Profession Master? Yes or no? Treasures will be a something out of something, and this is also a tick box. It's all just lots of tick boxes. That's fine. That will do. So I've done my turn-ins, I've done the collect quest, I've done the orders for both leatherworking and jewel crafting. I haven't done the book yet. Blacksmithing, I've ordered a book, but we'll see when we get it. I've also done Profession Masters, not for leatherworking. I've done Profession Masters over here. I think there's only like 7 or 8 treasures. I think I've got them all. And I've done my 4 dragon shards, so jewel crafting's done. Right. Did I miss anything with those? Did I miss anything with that? Does that make sense? I actually tracked the I've actually tracked the treasures. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 treasures. Got the 8 treasures. Yeah, I have got all the treasures then. Let's just say 8 out of 8. Dark Moon Fair. That's a good one to track. That's a good one to track. I'm going to put that in the category of one time. Because as it stands at the moment, there's... And it's also a tick box shenanigans again. Oh, boo. Hang on. That's better. I've done it for jewel crafting, done it for leatherworking. Isn't this sheet available for subs? This is my personal version of it. So mine's a little... the way I'm doing the sheet now... in Shadowlands, I used to just edit the publicly available one. But this time I've decided to have like a created one, which I share with everybody. And then I'll do more sizable updates to it. Because people are going to want to have to download the sheet. And they're going to want to customize the sheet themselves. So I'm trying to make it so that there's not, you know, too frequent a reason for people to re-download a new one. I mean, if you want to make this graph, it took me 3 seconds to make. It's not, you know... it doesn't actually have any like real info in this. This is just a tracker. 3 seconds for you. Well, just screen grab it and yeah, it's not easy to share. I'm just trying to think if that's everything. I think that's about everything. Right, I need to get some of these quests done. Where are these treaties at? Where's these scribes? Are these scribes not done their thing yet? There we go. Thank you. Do we get... Stray Hand, thank you very much. Did you do both of them? It looks like you did. Well, somebody just made themselves 10k. I got myself a book. And I guess that means I can say for both blacksmithing and enchanting, books are done. We no longer need to track these. Why can't I click on these? Why can't I untrack this? Stop tracking. There we go. Orders is going to be a pain in the ass. Okay. Let's pick a profession. New source of weapons, this one. New source of weapons, 25 intact draconic weapons. Actually, before I do that, I'm going to go grab a drink. The books are weekly. There's been some silliness with them where they've been accessible more frequently than that, but I think they've fixed all of that now. I think they are strictly weekly now. Do they reset on reset day or a week from use? That's a very good question, actually. That I don't know the answer to. Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. I'm going to take a break for 2 minutes, boys and girls. I'll take a break and I'll play some ads for a couple of minutes, get the ads out of the way, so nobody misses any actual content. Use the opportunity, stretch your legs, go grab a drink, do as you need. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Maybe hit that sub button. I hear magical things happen. Alrighty. Where did we get to? Oh yeah. Time to do some profession quests. Where was this profession quest? It was in the Azure span. Okay, let's roll. Is the blacksmith master fixed yet? Wasn't he dishing out? He was dishing out mining points or something, wasn't he? I've not investigated yet. But I heard he was doing something that he wasn't meant to be doing. Still broken as of this morning. Okay. Oh, I'm just thinking. Nah, screw it. I was thinking whether I should go get some shovels and do some buried treasure business at the same time, but... Why is that green? A container? Where's said green container? Oh, options, keybinds. Where's the interact button? Where's that thing? I guess it's a keybind that by default somebody said was F. Type interact. You're a genius. Enable interact key. Interact with target. G. Boom. Interact key sound clue. Play a sound cue when you become able to or unable to interact with a target. That's probably going to annoy the living Christ out of me. But we'll see. Okay, there's meant to be a container around here, but I can't find it. Handy notes lies. Oh, is this a cobalt assembly thing? Hang on. Is this deliberately... Gather 25 intact Drakthir weapons from the sundered flame of the Dragon Isles for Dural of the Maruk Centaurs. Okay. I should not be here at level 61. I absolutely should not be here at 61. This poses a problem. On the buried treasure malarkey, is it right you only get one artifact per site? I'm not sure. I don't fully understand the loot table, if I'm honest. How do I do this quest then without being level 70? This is a bit annoying. Is there anywhere else like... Oh, there's a spot down here I can get these weapons from. There's a spot over here as well. Cobalt Assembly is clearly not the play. Because I'm going to get my ass handed to me. There's nowhere in the Anaran Plains. There's nowhere up here. So we're going to have to go down here or down here. If I start blacksmithing today, can I catch up since there hasn't been a reset? Yes, you should be able to, yeah. This is why my main priority for my alts at the moment is just to get the weeklies done. Because everything else that's one-time treasures, you can get that whenever you've got a spare minute and you're not doing something else. For now, though, I want to get the stuff that's somewhat time-gated prioritized. Any idea why my TSM shows crafting? Crafting just doesn't work with TSM. Is the easy answer. The easy answer is crafting just doesn't work. Just ignore it. I think they've gone as far as to even disable some of the crafting stuff. You'll have to use a different price source. I actually could probably make myself some better gear and all, couldn't I? Why is the loot broken? Okay, there we go, it worked. I'm getting a lot of lag for some reason. Either that or I am just in real go slow mode. Is the soup event happening? Lags the fuck out of... Ah, that could be it. Yeah. The entire zone is in a go slow. It's in a real go slow. Oh, the feast isn't even on. It's just on a hella go slow. Alright, well, we'll just have to power through. Plus the cobalt farm. Could be. Could be. It shouldn't be that way, but it could be. There's a button I'm meant to be pressing here that I don't even have keybind. Or I don't even have on my bars, I should say. Bastion of Light, your next 3 casts of Shield of the Righteous or Word of Glory cost no holy power. That's cooldown-esque. That needs to go on F3. Is there no better way to get Primal Chaos than to do dungeons or treasures? Dungeons, I hear, is probably the most efficient way to do it. If you're grinding rep with Dragon Scale Expedition or hunting treasures in general, though, you'll get a fair amount of them. Don't forget that, you know, you don't need, unless you're crafting your own potions, for example, you don't need huge amounts of Primal Chaos. Don't feel the need to go out farming for them specifically. They'll come as a byproduct of doing other things. Unless you're super duper mega desperate to craft a weapon all of a sudden, don't worry about it. You'll get them passively over time. You'll probably end up with more of them than you need. The only people that are a little bit concerned about Primal Chaos are those real top-end raiders that are having to use them for potions. But that's a min-max's problem. I've got 60 without trying. Yeah, you passively come across them. It shouldn't be something that I'd worry too much about. Focus farming. Right, the spiders don't count. You count, though. God, this lag is horrible. You forget just how annoying lag is. That just that sort of, you know, 200 ms delay, like, completely throws off the rhythm of the game. Oh, ding 62. Check me out. Leveling didn't even try. How do I turn off TSM trying to call the project? You can't. It's actually not necessarily always TSM that's causing that issue, by the way. It's usually the fact that it's a conflict with another add-on more than anything else. It's usually that two add-ons are trying to do the same sort of thing and it causes an error. The TLDR is you can't. Usually a good way of counteracting this sort of thing is just being as light as possible with add-on use at the start of an expansion. Until all the add-on developers have kind of you know, fixed all the bugs. We need a React Andy on warcraftorders.com. I spotted that, you know. I spotted that. And I wanted to look into it in a little bit more detail. I just don't think doing it on stream to begin with is the right plan of action. But it was clear that we needed something, you know, crafter.io-esque. It'll be interesting to see if it becomes useful. I don't know why, I'm just naturally very reluctant to log in with battle.net. I don't know why. It's just a natural inbuilt hesitance. Security thing. I needed to have a little bit of a look and see if it could be trusted. I'm sure it probably can, but... But it will make a big difference, I reckon, that if we can have something, even if it is a third-party tool, something that allows crafters to showcase what they're able to craft and to be able to find people more effectively than trade chat, because trade chat's just terrible for this sort of stuff at the best of times. Once crafting season really kicks into, like, you know, gear crafting season kicks in, it could just be horrible trying to use trade chat. One of the main reasons why I've not super laser focused like gear crafting, because I foresee what's coming. I kind of get the impression that the whole thing's just going to be a pain in the ass, and there's not really going to be the payout that I would want to go through that effort for. I'm not in a position, like, I don't want this to sound like too sort of big-headed, but I'm not in a position where I need to make gold that badly to have to deal with trade chat. I'd pay to not have to use trade chat most of the time. In fact, I do pay quite handsomely to not have to use trade chat. When I go put in a public work order for something, I tip, you know, what I feel is a reasonable amount of gold so that I don't have to find somebody through trade chat. Because I can't be dealing with that. I just genuinely can't. And it's annoying enough from a buyer's perspective. It's annoying enough trying to find a crafter, but what's going to be yet more annoying is when you are the crafter and you have to deal with all of the bullshit customer service issues that come along with trade chat. Trying to explain to people what quality materials they need, and then they turn up and they've got the wrong quality materials, and they, you know, then you're like, well, I can't craft it at this quality then because you brought me the wrong materials. And then they go off and then they come back and they list it as a public order instead, and it's just like, I can't be dealing with it. I genuinely cannot be dealing with it. I would rather pay handsomely to avoid trade chat at all costs. And I you know, I guess it's probably because of Shadowlands Legendaries that I have this mindset. You know, Shadowlands Legendaries were not rocket science. But it was remarkably difficult to get people to bring you the right things you needed for a custom order. And with the added complexities in Dragonflight, I can't imagine I'm going to be best interested with constantly whispering and dealing with people and trying to get it all, you know. I have thought, actually, I've thought about the possibilities of setting something up through the Discord for this. Is there a way in which... I mean, this would be one step above in terms of the fact that you could jump into a voice channel and just talk to the other person. Now, I don't know if that appeals to some of you. It doesn't particularly appeal to me, but I know it would be a more simple approach. That maybe utilizing the Discord for, like, you know, jump in the Discord, jump in a chat channel, just, right, you need to bring me this, and you need to do this, 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 and this. I don't know. I just don't think that in-game, like, the functions and features we have in-game is really all cut out for what's going to be needed. And then to do all of that effort to make a 10k gold tip, well, no, I could just go back to selling materials on the region-wide auction house and make 500k an hour, like, without having to, you know, talk to anybody. It sounds really antisocial, and to a degree it is, but the path of least resistance is very, very, very favourable for me. I don't want to work any harder than I need to make the gold. And trade chat is a lot of hard work. Grungy99 with the Prime Gaming. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Welcome in. What skill trees have I gone for jewel crafting? I went pretty much the jewel crafting, the prospecting spec. So whatever that... I'm not on my jewel crafter right now. But it's 25 points in jewel crafting, and then a few points in other in the first tree. I can't remember what the nodes are called. But trust me when I say this, that copying some content creators' build is a terrible, terrible idea. This is why I've been quite careful to not go too deep into the spec builds. People have asked for it, so I've delivered in some regards. You know, in the cheat sheet, there's a few spec builds, but they were only ever really meant to be guidelines at the best of times. You really, really, really need to just read through the spec trees and figure out how it all works and spend your points where you need to spend the points, because you might need to spend it somewhere else than what the guide says. I'm thinking that maybe a little, maybe a quick short 5-minute how to spec builds kind of video, where not necessarily do I explain what spec is the best to use, but then just how some of the features interact with each other. Because there's one thing that I see a lot of people doing is they're following a Wowhead build guide, and they're just putting they're following the guide as if they have an unlimited amount of knowledge points, and you don't have an unlimited amount of knowledge points. And more importantly, what a lot of people are going to be very surprised by is when we get a reset, how few extra knowledge points you're going to gain every week. The system is super front-loaded. There are people with 100+ knowledge points right now in their professions. From week to week now, though, you're not going to be gaining 100 knowledge points every week. Week to week, you'll be gaining like 20 knowledge points, maybe. It's really, really front-loaded. And people are going to then realize that, oh shit, I've been following a build guide that requires 150 knowledge points. I've spent them all in the they're all in the right tree. They've just spent them wrong. It's really hard to describe without showcasing, but I do think that people are going to be quite surprised just how few knowledge points are up for grabs next week. Because your first time craft bonuses are a one-time thing. Your treasures are a one-time thing. This is the lion's share of what most people's knowledge points has been so far. those people who have got 50, 60, 70, 80, even 90 knowledge points right now, it's because they've done everything that's possible. But most of those points actually came from one-time rewards. You're not going to get them again next week. Unless Blizzard do something ridiculous, like make it so that the treasures reset every week. But I can't see why they'd do that, because it would mean that people would literally complete the spec trees in like less than a month. Getting 14 in the reputations gives 15 each as well. That's true. You can do a bit of rep grinding. You'll get a few small things, but... do we know if we get dragon shards from a quest in the new week? There's what's it called? This thing, aiding the accord. I have a sneaky suspicion this Valdraken treasure box can provide you with a dragon shard of knowledge. I don't think it does by default. I think it's once again a chance thing. But I vaguely remember getting a dragon shard of knowledge from one of these on the beta. But I tend to also think these dragon shards of knowledge are deliberately just a low drop chance on lots of things. So whatever you're doing, you'll slowly be surely getting those knowledge points is my theory here. Obviously, we went through the entire beta assuming that there was some sort of like hidden soft cap on them, but people getting 40 of them in 3 days is proven otherwise. So they're just very, very low drop chance on pretty much whatever you're doing. I completed 20 of those weekly quests and got 2 shards. So yeah, by those maths, 10% chance of getting it from your weekly quest. Not anything that you could rely on, and even then, it's only 1 point. So. Now you mentioned first-time crafts, I guess I still have hope when Sparks come out and people start putting their 200 weapon work orders in. It's, yeah, my theory is that the amount of front-loading of the knowledge points is likely to mean that there'll be a queue of crafters ready to make those weapons. And making them at quality 5 won't be too taxing for players that have gone out of their way to pick up as many profession points as they can this week. By the time at the start of week 3, when the season starts, I think we'll very comfortably have a huge amount of crafters just ready and waiting to craft those. And more importantly, I also suspect that lots and lots and lots of people will be self-sufficient. You'll have a lot of plate wearers that will also be blacksmiths because they've not really had anything else to do for the last couple of weeks. Obviously, there's a limit to how much preparation you can do unless you're like cutting edge world first guild sort of thing. That's the reason we get like this 2-week head start on the raid coming out. So that people can, do some of the more casual stuff. Leveling their own personal professions might be one. This might be a bit of a shock when there isn't really that many work orders kicking about. Why? Because everybody's making their own gear. At least their first piece of gear. If everybody I don't know. It may or may not end up being that way, but... To put it simply, I've never really had a huge amount of faith in this work order system. Not from the word go. I don't know if it's me being sort of extra cynical about it, or whether it comes from 15 years of experience playing the game, that I'm not too convinced that people are going to gel well with this system. It's too much like hard work for too little of a payout. And I think they've Blizzard overextended with the system. I think they've tried too hard to make it a system that players are going to have to engage with, which in turn has just meant it that it's just extra annoying. No, that's not the right quest. Where's my other profession quest? New source of weapons is done. We can do some blacksmithing orders. Fireproof gear. Is this the enchanting one? Okay, this is the enchanting one. We can do it over there. Anywhere else we can do it? Okay, we're off to the Anaran Plains. No, shit, where was it? Waking Shores? Where was it? Okay. Just a bait by Blizzard to sink some more gold. Well, I don't think it's been done through any nefarious means. Blizzard, like, as much as we can say that, you know, some systems in the past we've not particularly enjoyed or liked or wanted even, I don't think Blizzard does anything for sort of particularly nefarious reasons. I think it's more of a case of the fact that I genuinely think that the work order system was a system that has grown from the outcry of the legendaries. It feels very much like, now I don't know if this is just convenient, and I don't know if I'm just taking the bait here, but it feels a lot like the recent interview with Preach, with Ian Hazakostis. They talked about the fact that they're genuinely working on expansions, like 2 ahead of us. So they were working on Dragonflight, or they were at least thinking about Dragonflight before Shadowlands had even launched. And so they were going to launch Shadowlands with legendaries in it. They knew that the legendary... I from the word go, was not convinced that the legendary system was exactly how they wanted the legendary system to be. And Blizzard probably assumed that the legendary crafting system would be a raving success. I don't think they really suspected the prices to be as ridiculous as they were, and for the general player perception to be so negative towards it. So, when they then release a work order system to sort of counteract that, based on guesstimates to how the system would have worked out in the first place, because the crafting order system is clearly the evolution of the legendary crafting system. Legendary crafting system, get it out there, get people used to this sort of upgrading gear thing, and then in Dragonflight really flesh out the system is probably what the design goal would have been. Then when you have the problem that people were not best impressed with the legendary crafting system of having to spend hundreds of thousands of gold to then only replace it next patch, has meant that the perception of the crafting order system is bad from the word go. Rolling it back to the interview with Preach, they talked about artifact power and Azerite power. They suspected, before they went into that whole adventure, that having something that you could continuously chip away at, continuously work on, would be really well received. And at the beginning it was like, oh, there's always something for me to do. But that always something to do very quickly became, oh, this is a never-ending grind. You know, there's a fine line between always something to do and just an infinite grind. So that when we then went into BFA and they just, they took the basic system and just blew it up, and we had all the Azerite armor and everything, it was already too late. The perception was already negative towards that entire system at core. And I think there's an element of me that believes that this might be history repeating itself. that they suspected legendary crafting was going to go in a different direction to what it ultimately did. It made goblins very happy, but it pissed everybody else off. I don't think the general player base was best impressed with the legendary crafting system. So now when they've taken the system that people didn't particularly like and they've made a new, complicated, bigger, bolder version of it for Dragonflight, I'm not sure how many people are they're gonna look at it and be like, nah, for that, no, I'll just keep doing my Mythic Plus. I'll keep running the dungeons. That's my theory, at least. Probably didn't, get my point across very eloquently there, but even still. Right, these guys are pew-pewable. And they're not going to slap me about too hard. Would it be better if you couldn't buy flasks through the auction house and only through the crafting order system? No, that's the problem we've already got right now. The problem that's going to be the biggest reason why people dislike the crafting order system in the first place. Is because it's not a choice. It's the fact that they have no choice but to use it because they've made everything bind on pickup, so it can't be easily accessible in the auction house. The auction house is meant to be the convenient place for somebody to get gear and to get items that they want. Now, obviously, it's Blizzard's job to limit the impact of that in terms of not making it so that you can't... I understand people's mindset of not wanting crafters to readily be able to make mythic quality gear. This is the natural defense system to Shadowlands Legendaries again. Oh, we can't have powerful BOEs in the auction house because then it's a legendary crafting system again, and the problems that came with that. But the solution could and should be more elegant than what it is right now, of meaning that, oh, if you want a piece of gear, you have to go through this crafting order system, all of its flaws and all. Okay, I got one. Oh, I did get 2 pieces of fireproof gear. You're an elite. I'm not particularly impressed with slapping elites about unless I can... Yeah, I'm tank spec. I won't die, but it'll take me a week to kill him. Here we go. Loads of mobs, look. 1, 2, 3. One of you. Can we pull you guys maybe away from that elite? What's the solution? Integrating the crafting orders to the UI? No, the solution is let crafters... The solution is quite simple. Make the base items bind on equip and let crafters sell them in the auction house. The primal infusions can then be added at a later date through the recrafting system. Because that's when you might want something to be customized. When you're just getting your first foundational piece of gear, you don't need it to be heavily customized. What you need is it to be easily accessible. Readily available. You make the basic or the normal mode raid gear, bind on equip. It's still going to take... You could have it so it still takes Primal Chaos to craft it, which is a bind on pickup reagent that you can technically farm for. That would limit the supply of it in the auction house. You take the sparks of ingenuity away. You make those a reagent that is required alongside a primal infusion or a concentrated primal infusion to upgrade its item level. You bake that into, Crafter's Mark Dragonflight Edition. So then you've got the simplicity and the convenience of the auction house. You've limited crafters' ability to mass produce them so that they don't totally flood the auction house. And then you can also maintain a system where there's, most people will have access to craft those through crafting. You then don't have this ridiculously high barrier to entry like you did with Shadowlands Legendaries again. It just needed to be a tweak to the Shadowlands Legendary system. It didn't need to be a full crafting order system. Where the work orders really have their strength is in getting that piece of gear that's not readily available elsewhere. So if you want a end game piece of crafted gear, but you want yours with haste on it, and the only one in the auction house has got crit on it, then you can find a crafter, you can put in an order, and you can get one made. It's an inconvenience, but it fixes a problem for you. You've got the convenient one with slightly lesser quality stats that you don't have to worry about. You just, am I happy to pay the price, yes or no? Or if you really do want it min-maxed, you have the option to min-max it. You're going to have to do a little bit more legwork to get it min-maxed, but then it becomes choice. That's up to you. Those that want the min-max thing can have the min-max thing. Those that just want the convenience of the auction house, but a lesser quality piece of gear or a less optimized piece of gear, can equally have it through the auction house if they're willing to spend the gold on it. But you would still be limited to only normal mode quality stuff in the auction house, which I think is a fair compromise. I understand that we don't want mythic quality gear by crafters in the auction house, but that was never going to be the case anyway, because of how the primal infusions work. But yeah, I seem to have this. I seem to do the same thing nearly every day at the moment. So that's my crafting order TED talk over. we're gonna keep it to a minimum where possible, because otherwise I end up feeling like I'm ranting. Please don't pull the elite. Do you think fishing is good gold per hour compared to herbing and mining? Probably not. Probably not. It'll do alright, but I don't know. I tend not to worry too much about the optimization of gathering, mainly because my impression with gathering, this does come from somebody that never farms any of their own materials, by the way. I never really do much farming, so you could quite quickly argue my point is invalid. But the best way to get more gold out of gathering professions, spend more time doing it. Like, just don't worry about optimizing things so much. All that time you would spend optimizing and watching YouTube guides for the best routes and installing add-ons to make your time more efficient. No, just spend it actually going out there gathering stuff. Especially because at the start of an expansion, you're on it's a bit of a ticking timer anyway. Because materials are dropping in value every single day. Every single day you wait and spend less. This is why people farm 18 hours a day in the first 3 days of an expansion. They do that because they make 100,000 gold an hour. They make 5 million gold in 3 days, and then they don't have to worry about making gold at all for the rest of the entire expansion, and they're good. Just spend more time doing it. It's gathering. You're trading time for money. So just spend more time doing it, and then stop once you're bored. I discovered you when looking for information about the work orders, and watch every single TED Talk video when you talk about your insight into the work order system since beta, and every TED Talk you give about it is very, very interesting and enjoyable. Oh, I'm glad people are happy to listen to them. Why does my shield keep missing? And how are these guys healing themselves? What's going on here? Can we not heal yourself, please? There's an ability I need to be interrupting, clearly. Earth's mending. There it is. I knew there was something. There we go. 3 pieces of fireproof gear. Done. Genius. Okay. That's good news. Enchanting doesn't have... Enchanting, I don't think, has a work order quest. Does that just mean it loses out on 3 knowledge points a week? Or does that mean that enchanting has, like, 2 separate quests? Because that's only... Obviously, we still got to do our work orders for blacksmithing. But that's only 1 profession quest for each. Which is what I consider the collect quest. Isn't there usually a craft me 2 of these enchants, craft me 2 of these blacksmithing things? There's a slight possibility I've already done those quests this week, though. Which could be why I don't have them. I think the system's fine. There should just be a mandatory quest where you send a work order to an NPC. Yeah, I don't know how Blizzard solves this, but they definitely need to introduce the system, especially considering how many moving parts the whole system has. I don't think, like, the only people that have even the faintest idea of what this system is actually useful for are people that paid attention to the beta, either by having access to the beta themselves or by paying attention to content creators that were sharing information about it. If you just bought Dragonflight, logged into Dragonflight, leveled your character, didn't really pay too much attention to the content around it, you're very, very unlikely to really even know what the work order system is or what it's for or what it does. You absolutely are not going to think that you can go talk to an NPC, browse every single profession item that's bind on pickup, and then be able to order it. That's such a foreign thought for people, even people who've played this game for years. Simply because bind on pickup means it's not tradable. That's the one thing that people understand. Oh, it's bind on pickup. Oh, well, you can't give it to me because it's bind on pickup. Like, just teaching the player base that that's strictly not the case anymore, because, yeah, it's bind on pickup, but now you can order it, is really not intuitive to anybody that's played the game before. And it's counterintuitive to those who are new to the game, even. It binds to you. It's bind on pickup. It's, you know, the hint's in the name. It's bind on pickup, not when you equip it. Oh, I've picked it up, then I don't know. It's just confusing. Right, so which one's this? The fireproof gear. This is the enchanting go get things quest. Enchanting go get things quest. Collect quest. Done. This one is the weapons, which is the blacksmith go get things quest. Blacksmith collect quest. Complete. Now, there doesn't seem to be... This is not got anything... This is a quest that's not got anything to do with it. Isn't this the pet collector's quest thing? Yeah. Bind on order or something? Yeah, they could definitely have used a different way of describing it. Now, I'm either going to assume that I've... I do vaguely remember creating 2 of something and handing in something when we leveled blacksmithing. That makes me think I might have done these quests already this week, which is why I can't find them. Secrets of Draenor blacksmithing? That does not need to be favorited anymore, does it? Okay. So, where does that leave us points-wise? Blacksmithing, 18... Grand total of 18 points. That doesn't matter, though. We haven't actually tried to get points yet. Look at all of the first-time crafts we haven't got for blacksmithing so far. I haven't picked up any treasures. I've not done any of that business. What else was on my list of weekly things? Orders. Oh, I need to fulfill 5 blacksmithing orders. That's easier said than done when they don't exist. Where's the blacksmithing table even? I don't even know. Is it this one? Blacksmith table. Crafting orders. Oh, I was going to say, Jesus, there's loads of them. But then I realised they're all for things that people don't have. Send them from an alt. Does somebody want to make themselves a bit of gold and just do this for me? I mean, like, can somebody just send me 5 personal orders? Can I use my streamer privileges, please? Let me put it this way. If you happen to be on Draenor, send me 5 personal orders with all of the mats provided, and I'll give you a 10k tip for each one. Character name Mantheus. Buying transfer to Draenor. Have you chosen your leatherworking spec yet? I haven't, no. I'm probably just going to pool the profession. There's a good chance on something like leatherworking I'll just use it to gear up my own character, to be honest. It's the alternative way I was going to go for leatherworking was going to go to like crafting all the intermediate leathers. The stone hide, the stone... Is it stone crust hide or something? All of those sorts of stuff. But to be honest, my focus on that character's on jewel crafting. So I'm going to funnel everything into jewel crafting anyway. So leatherworking, I might just use it for my own personal use. I might possibly spec into the bow. I don't know. Make the bow myself because I'm a hunter. That can be something I can look to upgrade. Yeah, I'm not even sure. Is your task checklist that we're using in the cheat sheet? It's not, but I could very quickly make it and put it in there, I suppose. If somebody sends me 5 personal orders, I'll put the checklist thing in the cheat sheet. What I need to do, though, is open the actual shared version of it. Copy to existing spreadsheet. Oh, balls, Asaurus. Now I need to find... I've got too many versions of these. I've got too many versions, and I don't know which one's the right version. Hang on. Hang on. Drive. That's the Shadowlands ones. I've got way too many documents in here. Oh, I put it in its own folder because that was clever. Okay, there's the one that's shared. Boom! Commission 1 silver. What are you doing? You've just cost yourself 50k. You've just cost yourself 50k, my man. I can't tip you any more than that. But here you go. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Streamer benefits. Hey, there's got to be some of them, right? Consortium cut, look. 5 copper. Get fucked, Blizzard. You're not having our gold. Us goblins worked hard for this. Us goblins worked real hard for this. Misread the name as Unholy Furry. Yeah, that's very different. That's one letter away from something very different. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. That's made completing that one much more manageable without me actually having to think too much about it. And like I said, I will now add. Where's it gone? Let's put. Can I just copy player progress? Copy to existing spreadsheet. Recent. That one. Insert go. I'll make a few amendments to it before you all yoink it. Where did it go? Probably at the end. Copy of player progress. Let's get rid of my personal stuff because that doesn't need to be there. Let's make this. Let's put it like over here. Ah, what's gone on? I've broken it all. Okay. I'm not showing this on stream just because it's got the link to the sheet in it, so I'm being slightly cautious not to show it. Ah, no, that's not right either. What is it doing? It's because that's like that. There we go. Okay. It's there. It's quick, it's dirty. Just how some people like it. But your little player progress tracker is now in the cheat sheet as well. Maybe turn these off. My suggestion is, if you're already using the cheat sheet, my suggestion would be to download a new copy of this and then copy just this one into your original one that you're already using, so that you don't have to replace the whole thing again. Yeah. Ironically, doing that will probably take you more time than it would have been just to make this anyway, but you get my point. Oh, okay. Hang on. Now I'm sharing this. I need to... it's got to have a capital. 4 times dragon shards. Okay, there we go. It's in. A sub here on Twitch, a Patreon, or a YouTube member has access to the cheat sheet. Whoa, okay, easy now. So that's not something that needs to be displayed on stream. Your copy now actually looks better than mine. Jealous. Right, where do we get to? Right, we need to now turn in our work orders thing, and that's actually this character done. Boom. Okay. That's at least the bare minimums. I suppose we should learn these, shouldn't we, really? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Next character. Oh no. It's my mage. I both love and hate my mage all at the same time. Mage is a really fun class to play in a dungeon when you have a tank so that things don't hit you. When you can just stand and turret damage into stuff. That's when mage is really fun. I'm a sub in Discord. Where's it located? It's got its own channel in the Discord. If your name's purple in the Discord, you'll find Cheat Sheet Pro in the premium section. Right, let's figure out what's what on this character. This dude is both tailoring. We need to fix the profession accessories. Let's fix tailoring profession accessories first, because they are disgusting. Profession equipment, tailoring, all of the above. So we need spring-loaded fabric cutters times big one. Oh, tailoring. Are we gonna want? Fuck, I don't care. All about inspiration. That's all I care about, inspiration. Oh, you watch. The inspiration ones will be the expensive ones. There's not an inspiration one. Get out of here. People have yoinked all the inspiration ones. Oh, fudge McDuck. Who makes these things? Spring-loaded draconium fabric cutters. That sounds like an engineer problem, doesn't it? That sounds like an engineer problem. Oh, Lord. I don't have an engineer leveled up yet. God, that's annoying. Do I go for the slightly wow. They don't exist. Why are no engineers making these? Are these another stupid, annoying one to make? What's the crack with this? Why is there none of these? Hello, engineers of Draenor? Oh, inspiration. Boom. Thanks, somebody. Appreciate it. You could have put that at 20k and I'd have still bought it, just saying. Spring-loaded draconium. I need a needle set. Big dick needle set. These are all the same. Buy the cheap one. And tailor's coat. These are all the same as well, aren't they? One of those. I think people are scared of engineering. That's why I have no competition. Engineering's easy mode. I suppose there's loads of intermediate components. I should have gone engineering as well. I bet I could have an absolute blast with engineering, because it's got the same feel as jewel crafting. Same sort of feel in terms of that one thing goes into another thing that goes into another thing that goes into another thing. Oh, my scribe's got reasonable gear already. Multi-craft tool. Okay, scribe's got good enough gear that it can stay there until it gets better gear either way. Did I 25? I only spent 25 points going into Dark Moon, which is fine. We'll still probably go the Dark Moon path, but we'll just be more careful about how we do it going forward. But let's keep things up to speed then. Oh Lord, we got a whole bunch of materials here. I forgot about this. We should probably do something with these. Maybe later. I'm trying really... I'm having to try really hard to not get distracted by all the squirrels. I need to remember that my main focus here is simple. My main focus is to get the weekly quests done. Anything outside of the weekly quests is not necessary, because I have until... Well, I have today and tomorrow to get it done on all of my characters, which sounds, you know, under normal circumstances, people could probably bang this out in 20 minutes. But when I stream, I somehow manage to do everything super duper mega slow, so... Peacocks and pigments. This is our scribes go out and pick things quest. We should then have pincers and needles. This is our tailor go out and do things quest. Do we not have a craft a certain things quest? I think I've done the craft. Oh, hang on. There's a question mark over there, look. Is this our scribe craft a couple of things for some points quest? Disillusions. Yeah, here we go. Craft 5 illusion parchments. For the scribe one. So, can we do that right now? What did we need to craft? Spell shield. Spell shield. That one. I need 5 burnished inks. I might as well try and use the stuff that I've got. Hang on, why am I not using best quality materials here? Do the Dark Moon Fair quests reset? You can only do them once per event, so practically it's a monthly thing. Do you like the knowledge system? I think the knowledge system is really cool. It's one thing I do really, really like. It gives a depth to professions that rewards playtime. It can't be overpowered with gold, which is, in my opinion, the way it should be. Whilst there is a place for, buying your way into a market with gold, I don't think it should be the meta. I loved Shadowlands for the fact that it made me incredible amounts of gold. What it also did, though, is nearly killed my enjoyment of the game. Because cancel scanning was never fun any day of the week. Yet it was a necessary evil. And there was this... And the problem that I think caught a lot of people out is there was this sunk cost fallacy pretty aggressively with cancel scanning as well, of that you quite quickly came to think that you had to cancel scan because of the amount of gold you'd invested into making those items in the first place. You had no choice but to sell those items. You'd risked so much gold on leveling them up and making them in the first place that cancel scanning was your only option. And that crippled the enjoyment of the game for a lot of people, I think. I didn't realise that these damn things... Do we only have to craft this once to make 5 of them? Or do we actually have to craft this 5 times? Am I going to spend 15k on Awakened Order just for this damn quest? I think I am, aren't I? Glittering parchments. Where's the dude that's going to sell me all of the things? One of you fellas. Where is he? Where's the vendor here? You're just the alchemy trainer. Oh, he's over here, look. Is it just one? Because it makes 5 at a time. Okay. Technically, I should use my own... No. I almost did a silly thing then. Buy the illusions, they cost nothing. Isn't the point of them that you have to craft them? Craft 5 illusions. Can you just buy them? You can just buy them. I mean, I guess if they're cheap, I'll try. I guess it's handy knowledge to have. What was it called? It was called a spell shield. I mean, 200 gold to find out if you can just buy them is nothing, is it? For science! For science! Ha-ha! For science! Genius! Genius! Why, thank you. There was me looking and reading the quest text and assuming I actually had to craft the damn things. Apparently not. Right, so this is... What's this quest? This is my scribe craft something quest. My scribe inscription collect something. Scribe turn in quest. Done. Complete quest. I need book. Treatise. Now the irony is, as I am a scribe, yeah, I'm not going to be able to make the damn thing myself because I haven't got the spec points to unlock the damn thing. Okay, well, let's put in an order. One thing at a time. I need a... Do I have the artisan's metal to do this? I do. Good. Miscellaneous other... tailoring and inscription. So what do we need? One of those. One of those. Couple of rock fang leather by the looks of things. And maybe an awakened frost, actually. I need 2 of those, but okay, we've got 2 of those. 2 rock fang leather. Easy, easy. Rock fang. No, not 12. Relax. Go. But yet again, you should craft it for first time craft. Yeah, but I need to unlock it first. I've not unlocked the books. It's yeah, I've not unlocked it. Where's it gone? You're absolutely right. I absolutely should. Hang on, where is it? Oh, they're here. Look, yeah. WoW Market's made a new channel for crafting orders. Yeah, I was thinking about doing something similar within the Discord. I just don't know quite how to make it a smooth process that's not just a spam fest, because we don't need another trade chat. Can I give you shit quality burnished inks? Apparently not, because they don't exist. Oh, quality 2 burnished inks are cheaper than quality 1 burnished inks. It's one of those situations. Tailoring, go. Any scribes online? Do your thing. Can't believe I'm ordering an inscription one. Seems ridiculous, but sure. Alright, by the time we've done the quests, they'll be done. Right. Oh, inscription orders filled. Oh god, how am I going to manage that without unlocking the books? Oh, that's a pain in the dick bag. Tailoring one's easy enough. Alright, let's go do the annoying bit. Peacock pigments. Gather peacock pigments. Where do we get those from? Gather 8 peacock feathers from peacocks of the Dragon Isles. Has anybody figured out where the best place to farm peacocks is? There's a place down... Oh no, that's pincers and needles. Pincers and needles. Okay, a few places up and around here. No, that's still pincers and needles. Where's peacock feathers? That one. There and there. North Thaldrassus, the other place is annoying. Let's go have a look. Let's go have a look. What? Oh, no, no. Right. Time to go hunt some cock. Oh, look. Loads of them. Pew. I tell you what, it's probably not the best situation, but I'm quickly thinking that it might be easier for me because I'm an absolute pleb. Oh, somebody's made my draconic tree. That was quick. That's what we like. Speedy, speedy now. Boom. Give me cheat mode activated. Cheat mode activated. It's not Friday night already, is it? Hey, any night is great. Now my game's crashed. Here we go. Boom. Now the game just tells me the buttons to press. Beautiful. Overkill, but it works. They don't want to drop their loot. Shift mouse 5? What kind of... Oh, that's that thing. I am so out of touch with my mage, it's not even funny. Oh, you, come here. Now I'm just pulling the entire map. This quest is so annoying. Well, luckily, they're only once a week, which is fine. Now, if you end up doing what I'm doing, which is stacking them all on one day, that's probably not the best way of doing things. But if you do actually just spread them out a little bit, you know, one quest like it's not any more gross than a world quest. Let's be honest. And we're gonna get remarkably fond of doing world quests before long. We know that's a thing. There's one. Oh, you're just going to chill up there then, are you? Dickhead. Come play. Get out of your tree and come play. Right. I'll come to your level then. If we're going to play that silly game. Hey, he had a feather on him and all. Well, that was totally worth the effort. People keep telling me the leather working one's annoying. I can't really remember what it was. Was it, I don't know, maybe it's hunter privileges that I can't really remember how annoying it was. Because everything's easy on a hunter. Stupid dragons. Oh yeah, all the dragons that have 2 wings each, but apparently don't have wings. Yeah. Now I remember. Yeah. Yeah, that one. Okay. Hey, there's one. Hey, these have got like nearly 100% drop chance. I don't know what you like complaining about. It's easy mode. That's a really inconvenient keybind. Shift and a mouse button. That needs to change. Oh, that needs to change as well. Oh, my keybinds are gross on this mage. Must fix. Is that a peacock? That's a peacock. No, that's a duck. Does a duck count? No, ducks don't count. Oops. Oh, sorry, duck, you died. What method do you recommend if I want to compare the prices of items that sell today versus those of raid week? Oh, well, to be honest, at the moment we don't really know. until raid week happens, we don't really strictly know. I mean, my suggestion would be to scout some of the class discords and the big raiding discords and find out what the hell it is that they actually want. My only thought process on this is that what traditionally happens at the start of a raid, especially at the start of an expansion, is that everybody that's been farming for a week already will continue farming next week in the run-up. But then the second the raid launches, all of the farming stops, or seemingly most of the farming stops. And it's only the real hardcore of hardcore farmers that continue farming. Most people are farming now because it's passive, which what I'm trying to get to with all of this is that there's an oversupply of materials right now. Massive oversupply of materials. The demand is not strictly there yet because the raid's not out. And the materials are just more than readily available. So even without knowing too much about what the raiders are going to want, we can make a few educated guesses. Pretty much any herb is likely to see an uptick in price. Any of the on-use consumables, generally speaking, will see an uptick in, and also you'll find that people will start caring about things like gems and enchants a lot more, because they'll have gear that they'll start getting gear that they deem worthy of spending the gold on, making it good. Not everybody is best impressed with spending 25,000 gold on a quality 3 gem for a piece of dungeon gear that they suspect that they'll replace. So some people do it because some people have more gold than sense and don't care. But when the real market kicks in is when the raid launches. But what it'll be, it's all guesswork. Which I'm sure you probably know because you're asking about trying to find places where to find all of this information. But the truth is I don't think there really will be that information anywhere. Is it just me, or does the reoccurrent theme of Dragonflight Quest seem to be you're no longer the champion, but I'm too weak or injured to kill this guy, you go do it? Yeah, there's a lot of that. It's almost refreshing, though. I get bored being the hero all the time. We've been the savior of the world 5 expansions in a row now. Somebody else can save the world for once. Can't we just, tag along and enjoy the ride? I meant what method to keep track of today's prices versus, i.e., next month. Oh, I mean, even that, there's not really too much out there nowadays. There's things like the Ouroboros Exchange website that still track a bunch of stuff like that. But those the information is always hard to collate because prices are so volatile right now. what do you you know consider the market price of something when markets are so brand new like they are now? It's often hard. This is I've had this question a few times with the spreadsheet actually, that people have pulled the prices on the spreadsheet, and they've pulled the prices, and the prices have been like 10 times higher than what they are in the auction house. But that's just because TSM market price is a 14-day price source, and we've not had 14 days yet, so there's a problem with that. It'll get better as time goes on, but yeah. So your first problem, more than anything else, is what do you actually deem to be the price or the market price? Is it the price that it's currently selling for? Is it the price that it's been on average? I don't really know. Yeah, Woo's a good one for this. Woo's done a spreadsheet. He did a spreadsheet, I want to say yesterday. It could have been the day before. My brain is a bit mush at the moment. I've played video games for too much. But Woo's usually very good at putting together just data, and will often share a spreadsheet or two around. What's the next quest we're doing? We done peacocks. We need to do pincers. Gather 10 pointy pincers from Sithid of the Dragon Isles. Where's the best spot for these then? There's a spot up north that's probably not very contested. Let's go and have a look there. Or down here maybe, look. What have we got going on down here? No, you're a bunch of dragons. Down further. These things, look. Here we go. Here we go. One advantage I think of doing this on a low level character more than a level 70 though, is that you've still got somewhat overpowered gear, which means your time to kill is actually pretty competitive. I didn't think about this before actually. Leveling your characters is almost a benefit for doing this sort of stuff. If you're not playing that all that much, keeping them at a lower level is probably a benefit. Especially the way they've jacked up the health points of everything now. Thanks and thank you for fixing my neck issue and doing all of this. I had to do that in the cheat sheet. People were like, "You can't have vertical text. My neck doesn't support that." I was like, "Fine, fair enough." All these crafting orders for the 2 Marok rank 13 leatherworking items is crazy. So glad I grinded that one out. Like I said, the people that win big with the crafting order system are people that also went hardcore with rep. By the time this is the thing, right? I got I put in a work order yesterday for one of the tier 2 profession items. I can't really remember which one it was. But I got a whisper saying it's too early to put those orders. Somebody messaged me saying it's too early to put those orders in. People won't have the reputation yet. 20 minutes later, it got filled. So I'm like, never underestimate the degeneracy of the regular players or special individuals. Clearly somebody was annoyed that there was a work order and they couldn't make it. 2 of 10. Kind of agree it's annoying that the Undermine Journal doesn't track commodity prices anymore. Oribos is good, but not so good for stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of understand why, though. That now that some things have gone region-wide, I can imagine from a data perspective, it's frustrating. Oh, Lord, these are a lot more difficult to come by. We're only at 2 of 10 on these. We were practically 50% drop rate on the other one. Maybe this is not a great spot. There's not many mobs around here. Let's try up north, actually. Whoa, we glided straight into a rock. There were various copycat sites like the Undermine Journal over the years. Not sure if any of them are still maintained, though. Probably not. I mean, there wasn't really many that really got anywhere, though. There was another one that was about for a long while. WoW Auction. Whatever happened to that one? I remember that was a thing for quite a while. They even had their own add-on and all sorts as well. Why is there a twinkly... What's a wild truffle? And why can I click on a wild truffle? Oh! I got big mode. Grow in size, increasing maximum health by 20% and become immune to knockback effects. Huh. Oh, it doesn't stack though. That's annoying. That could have been quite cool. This place seems to be a bit of a bait for these. Oh, there is one dude here, look. There's one fella. Is the skip still disabled? I'm not sure. I'm not sure why they disabled it, to be honest. It must have been doing something funny. As expansion launches go, though, one thing I would say is I think there's been a fair amount of bugs in Dragonflight's launch compared to most. There's not been anything that I think is like gameplay critical. At least we've not had anything quite as ridiculous as things like gold dupes or, auction house just chewing up stuff. 9.2.7 clearly had worse problems in relation to that, but considering how smooth the beta test felt, there's been an awful lot of bugs in the game. And they've had to, disable and re-enable a whole bunch of different features to make up for this. I find a lot of people are accidentally putting quality 5 BOEs at the lower price quality gear. Picked up heaps of items for 50 gold that sell for 5k plus. Yeah, because even the default UI can't seem to properly track the item levels. I used to love the WoW auction export tools, very handy before APIs, but that died a few years ago. Yeah, I'd kind of... I've not seen or heard anything of that for a while. This is the problem, right? Most of these things are just passion projects by people. And if they're not playing the game, the passion goes with it, Which can often kill the entire thing. I reckon Trade School Master is one of the only... there's not many add-ons out there that have grown bigger than just an add-on. Weak Auras, clearly. Trade School Master have been able to do it. But I don't think there's many add-ons out there that have been able to sort of step up beyond just being a passion project. Or community sites even, obviously, with Wowhead's dominance in that regard. But you got Wowhead, you got MMO Champion... And then you have sort of smaller ones for the class-specific stuff. RIP Thoughtbot? Yeah, exactly. That's when you know you've played this game too old, when you know what Thoughtbot is. Or you've played this game too much, I should say. WoW Professions has died too, it seems. Has it? They've been, they've been going for a long time, and they were making money at one point. They were making money. Has it really? I think it got bought by, I think the entire website, I believe, got bought by somebody. Dragonflight crafting system overview. So there was intentions to do something with it. Dragonflight guides. No, WoW auctions still seems to be... WoW Dash Profession, sorry. Still seems to be alive and kicking. Let me sanity check one of the guides to see if they're any good, though. Let me do one that I know well. The Jewel crafting's an interesting one. Let's see if they've got this right. They list the trainers, the new features, recipe difficulty, item quality. Hang on. This. Recipe difficulty, item quality. They talk about all of this. Knowledge, crafting orders, how to complete them. Where the Jewel crafting table is. Prospect a bunch of shit. Make a few gems. 26 to 30, do some stuff. 30 plus, mad level Nosderites. WoW Dash Profession still seems to be up and running. Still seems to be fine. Yeah, I think this entire website got bought out by somebody at one point because it used to bring in the peas. There was a point in time where I was very, very tempted to make something just a direct competitor to WoW Professions, but it never really came to life. Do you remember Alakazam? I do. Yeah. Yes, indeed. I've played WoW from the beginning, so all of these things I remember. Right, this spot's dead. Can we go back to that first spot? This one's absolutely dead. Is it good to spend artisans points for knowledge? It's one of the most effective ways of getting knowledge, that's for sure. I think WoW Dash Professions was as stressed as I was in the last 2 weeks before the release. Yeah. I see me and you take slightly different approaches. You've got your website. I went the video format method. I was making video guides like a crazy man the weeks before. Now it's chill out and play the game mode though, which is all good. Here we go, 4 of 10. Anyway, to farm artisans rep. Not if you've already started your professions. If you've already chosen your final professions, then you can't really do any more than just do the weekly quests. If you haven't chosen your final professions, you can rotate through some of the professions, complete the weekly quests on professions you don't plan to keep, harvest them for reputation, and then finally end up with the profession that you actually want. It's a remarkably time-consuming and costly way of gaining extra reputation, but it is a thing. If you're super duper mega keen to get reputation before others, that's really the only way to farm it, and it's a bit gross. In all honesty, it's a bit of a gross way of doing it. Does dropping the profession for the extra rep still work? I heard they fixed it. I don't know. People hear lots of things. You know, until Blizzard come out and say it. But either way, I wouldn't be surprised if it's something they would fix. I don't know how they'd fix it. Maybe they'd have to give each profession quests like a same overarching ID, so that they could only be completed once. Or maybe twice because you have 2 characters. I don't know. It seems too much like hard work to limit the very few select people that would do anything about it. And like I said, if you've already sort of got going with your actual professions of choice, it's a little bit too late now anyway. Finally got 100 in chancing. I'm yet to cap out any profession. And I don't think I will be capping out professions for quite a while. Why is it so costly to do that? Because you've got the cost of leveling up multiple different professions to like skill 25, maybe 50, depending on how silly you want to go. Which is not free. It's not going to break the bank, but it's certainly not free. Oxford Word of the Year 2022 revealed as Goblin mode. Somebody at the BBC playing World of Warcraft. Oh, you're not joking. It actually was. Oxford Word of the Year 2022 revealed as Goblin mode. What in the world is this? Create a free BBC account. Go away. The first Oxford Word of the Year to be chosen by public vote has been announced. The winning word, Goblin mode, is a slang term describing unapologetically self-indulgent, lazy, slovenly, or greedy behaviour. No, it's not. It's about making gold in World of Warcraft, BBC, you idiots. It was one of 3 potential choices selected by Oxford lexicographers. Thousands managed to drag themselves out of Goblin mode to vote as the phrase won by a landslide, making 93% of the total. According to Oxford University Press, which publishes the Oxford English Dictionary, it's a slang term often used in the expressions such as in "I'm in Goblin mode" or "to go Goblin mode." It went on to explain as a type of behaviour which is unapologetically self-indulgent, lazy, slovenly or greedy, typically in a way that rejects social norms or expectations. Unapologetically greedy. Wow. Monster, thank you very much for the Prime Gaming. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Damn normies at the BBC not grinding Rathian rep all day. Yeah, slackers. Slackers, right? The term started appearing online in 2009, but it went viral earlier this year over a fictitious headline scandal involving the actress and model Julia Fox, as well as a popular Reddit post describing somebody who's been acting like a goblin. It prompted a campaign for its selection, with the PC Gamer magazine asking readers to put aside our petty differences and vote for Goblin mode over Metaverse. Oh, was that another one of the ones in the running? Metaverse? Yeah, that word is gross. Because Goblin mode rules. What were the other... The runner-up was Metaverse, followed by hashtag I stand with. Previous words of the year. 2022 was vax, probably short for vaccination. No word in 2020. Climate emergency. Toxic was the word of the year. Toxic was the word of the year for 2018. Youthquake. I've genuinely never even heard of the word youthquake. Post-truth. The emoji tears of joy. What? Vaping and selfie. This is just stupid at this point, isn't it? Actually stupid at this point. They boat-faced it? Yeah. Well, there we go. Apparently Goblin mode, word of the year. You heard it here probably first. Alright. Oh, that's, you know, it's topical, but it's kind of slightly frustrating at the same time, because Goblin mode for us means something very different. So Goblin mode is what we call degen. Pretty much, yeah. To go total basement dweller. I never thought about it that much, just how what is colloquial slang for us could theoretically mean something totally different for the outer world. Maybe I make a t-shirt with Goblin mode on it. There we go. There's a merch idea. It's also word of the year. Can't copyright word of the year, can you? Make mad money. Get that Christmas moolah. Oh, am I dead here? I'm probably dead here, aren't I? Especially since I've pulled half the map again. Yeah, I'm dead. I'm dead. Use ice barrier. Yeah, you see, I don't play mage anywhere near enough to have muscle memory for all of these buttons. As soon as I start looking at the buttons, I'm dead. I need to play with the buttons that are in my head, which unfortunately isn't a lot of them. Where is ice barrier? I think it's mouse wheel down. Mouse wheel down is my ice barrier. Oh, we killed all of that. We still didn't. We were at 7. 7 of 10. Lord. I need to do this on a bunch of characters as well. This is why I should not save this till the end of the week. I should just get it done. Ice barrier, ice block, heal, mirror image to tank, alter time, invis. Yeah, see, all of the defensive cooldowns, I've got no idea what my keybinds are for them. Ice block is probably shift F. No, apparently mirror image is shift F. Ice block is F. See, I've got the buttons there, I just don't have the muscle memory to remember to press them. This is what it looks like when a goblin's forced outside the auction house, pretty much. forced onto a character that I very, very rarely play. But this character has also been my tailor for about 10 years. So I play it about as much as is necessary to use tailoring. Outside of that, though, not a lot. I think I'm back waiting for spawns. How many are we on? Oh, we're at 9 of 10. I literally only need one more. Well, I'll wait for a spawn if we only need one more. Okay, which appears to not happen anytime soon. What happens if I drop my profession and get it back again? Do I maintain the knowledge point earned on them? Yeah, not only the knowledge point earned, but also the knowledge point spent and the placement of those points. So knowledge points are, you know, completely maintained regardless to what you do with the profession. I'm convinced there's some shenanigans to be had there. I'm convinced that there was some way to game the system with that. I've just not worked out what it is. In terms of, it feels almost as if you'd be able to maintain, not easily and not cost effectively, but it seems as if you could almost maintain all professions on one character without too aggressive expenditure, which feels weird. But it's to make it, you know, it's designed so that you don't just drop it, learn something new, and then spec into something different. Because your skill being reset, once you've got enough skill anyway, that you don't need the bonus 50 skill that you gain from leveling up your profession to 100. If you can manage with only 50 skill points, it's remarkably cheap to re-level and will only ever get cheaper. It's the recipes that might be a bit of an issue. But if reputation could be such that you could just go get those recipes again, you could spend one day doing one profession, crafting a bunch of... Although saying that, there's not really a whole bunch of stuff to craft, is there? It's all going to be filling work orders because everything's flipping bind on pickup. It's a bit of an odd one. Right, Peacocks is the scribe one. Let's jot this down in the sheet so we remember. Peacocks
sweet profit
is the
together.
collect quest for inscription. Brennan, thank you very much for the Prime Gaming. Appreciate it. Thank you. Pointy pincers is the collect things for tailoring. I'm missing a turn-in quest for tailoring. I wonder if I did that earlier in the week when I leveled it up. Once again, I probably did. I probably did the tailoring turn-in when we leveled the profession, because it would have been quick and easy for me to do then. It's clearly not here. So, because it's clearly not there because that's enchanting. It's clearly not here because this is tailoring. Although there is a question mark above your head. Why have you got a question mark above your head? Weave well enough alone. Oh, there is. Oh, shit. We do it. What? Why is that not being tracked? I need 3 wilder cloth bolts. Hello? Oh, yeah. Craft 3 wilder cloth bolts. Are they easy enough to craft, or am I just going, and I can make these. I just need 3 wilder cloth. I'm a tailor without any wilder cloth. It feels odd. Once again, buy them. Probably. Wilder cloth bolts. Okay. Yeah, I see. I need quality 3 wilder cloth bolts. 7 gold apiece. We'll just buy some of those. And because it feels odd not having any. Hey, there's who filled these then? Chlorio did both. My man. Right, there's books done for both of these. In fact, let's actually use the book. I mean, the tooltip does says can only be studied once a week. So it was clearly a violation that you could use those more frequently. Book and book. Tailoring turn-in quest. We can go and actually turn it in. Three more knowledge. Bingo. That was his name-o. Now I have work orders potentially for tailoring, right? Surely. Inscription fulfilled, tailoring orders fulfilled. Okay, right. I need to work out how to do these. I'm going to take a break. I need to go to the bathroom. What time is it? It is 3 o'clock already. No wonder I'm hungry. Right, we might get work orders sorted on this dude. Then that's going to be the best part of 6 professions. Alchemy and engineering is going to be a little bit more of a chore for the one very simple reason that I have neither leveled alchemy or engineering. So I need to decide, firstly, I need to decide which character is going to be my alchemist and which character is going to be my engineer. For reference, I actually have 3 characters on this realm that I've done nothing with so far. Some Doritos, Muthius, and Dairy Lear. Dairy Lear is my druid who has both herbalism and mining. But between these 2 characters, between some Doritos and Muthius, we need alchemy, engineering, skinning, and then that leaves me with 1 spare slot. 1 spare slot, which I am incredibly tempted to use as a double jewel crafting. Considering jewel crafting is quote-unquote my main profession, I don't particularly suggest people double up on professions, not at least until you at least have all of the professions covered at least once. Can you show us what needs to be done this week? It's just a little chart I've got on the go. A little chart that do your book, get your book, your inscription book, do the turn-in weekly quest. The turn-in quest is where you make something and just turn it in. There's the go out and collect something quest, and then there's where it's applicable, the work orders quest is the weekly stuff. And then there's one-time stuff that just do at your leisure, do as and when. So I'm just making sure I've got all of this done before getting the weekly stuff done before the reset happens, so I don't lose out on knowledge points. But I still, I still haven't. I've spent so much time on my main character this week that I still haven't actually leveled all of the professions or even decided which professions are going to go on which characters yet. This was all set in stone before I moved to Draenor. On my old realm, I have an alchemist, I have an engineer. They're all ready and waiting. But I chose to move realms for Dragonflight. because I wanted to play on a bigger server. But I need to do some work orders on this dude, so I'm going to take a quick break for 2 minutes. Going to take a bathroom break, go grab a drink, and we'll be back in 2. I might use this opportunity to throw up some ads to keep the Twitch gods at bay. Although a few ads have just run by the looks of things, so I might not bother. I'll be back in 2 minutes, boys and girls. Alrighty. Does a Prime sub count for the spreadsheet? It will. Prime will also count. Gifted is a little bit more, you know, a tricky situation, because obviously your gifted sub will expire, and it does mean if there's updates to the sheet, you may not necessarily get the update in the future, but that's a decision you can make when you come to it. That's my job, to make it worth your while long term. How do you know what to do to have 6M? I'm not sure what you mean. This song is like super depressing. Right, where did I get to? I was trying to do something. What was I trying to do? Oh, work orders. I need to do work orders. I need to fulfill tailoring work orders. I need some tailoring orders. Oh, that was me thinking I'd hit the jackpot. I need to do some tailoring orders, and I need to do some inscription orders. Can I? I feel cheeky doing this more. Yeah, okay. So I need to send myself some orders for. Pick something simple. Something simple, something cheap. Any suggestion on how to get some Tuskar rep quickly? Tuskar's the community feast thing is up, like, what is it, like every 3 to 4 hours? If every 3 to 4 hours you do the community feast, it does mean that you need to, you know, repeatedly do something, but you could probably get a couple of renown levels every day just by doing that, I would imagine. The rep for the completing that thing is not too bad. Make sure you're doing all of your Tuskar world quests when they pop up. Not really too sure. I'm not a big source of knowledge, unfortunately, for that sort of stuff. Alright, let's put some work orders in for tailoring. Bags? Can I order, like, basic bitch bags? Is that a thing? Containers, bags. Can I just put an order in for basic Wildercloth bags? Apparently I can. Personal to off-brander. Have a gold. Go. One, two, three, four, and 5. Now I need something for inscription. What can I order from my scribe that's not a book of knowledge? Somebody help me out here. Can I order, like, missives? Staff, I think. Rolling pin's the easiest. Trade goods. Sorry, not trade goods. Profession equipment. The rolling... Is that a cooking thing? The rolling pin. Chef smooth rolling pin. They're £2 a pop on the auction house. Core Explorer's Compendium is a cheap one. Okay. Yeah, these are using ruined Wraithbark. This is going to make these expensive. It's not that I care about the gold. It's just I would rather have something quick, cheap, and easy. Oh, Core Explorer's Compendium. Blazing Ink, a chilled rune, arousing earth. They're just more complicated. So where we can do missives, right? Oh, apparently you can't do missives. Okay. I guess the rolling pin it is. Nope, that box. One, two, three, 4, 5. Right. I wonder if Blizzard understands that this is this is what the work order system is evolved into. They give you a quest that gives you 3 knowledge to do some work orders, but because there's never any work orders public, that this is what ends up happening, that you just fill your own work orders for trash. It seems a bit silly, but hey, you could probably make a profit off the pins. They make about 3k profit on my server at least. Maybe. I'm on Draenor though. The likelihood is that they're basically free on Draenor. They really need to make a weekly quest to place work orders. That's a very good point. Not only is it a very good point, it makes a lot more sense, doesn't it? It makes a lot more sense. Give everybody a work order to place things. That would drive up, I mean, it would drive up a huge amount of demand just for dumb shit though, wouldn't it? It would mean there'd always be like 20, 30 work orders for bags, and people would actually try and put their order with a higher price to get their quest completed. There's never going to be a shortage of people fulfilling orders, assuming there's sufficient tips, but there can only be a shortage of people placing orders. It would lead to the same behaviour, placing orders to yourself so you can keep the result. Maybe, but not everybody thinks in a shenanigans fashion like that. But maybe. What do I need for these orders then? I need Wildercloth bags. What goes into making a Wildercloth bag? I need 12. What's 12 times 5? That's a big number. Let's just do some tailoring. Should we actually just do some tailoring? Let's grab some tattered Wildercloth and some Wildercloth and just do some tailoring. Why not? There'll come a point where I need to actually work out what's going on here. People are telling me that unraveling. People are telling me that tailoring is printing money right now. So I'm intrigued. Wildercloth. Tattered Wildercloth, because it's practically free. Shit, that bad. Buy a bunch of that. How is there so much of this stuff? Is this... This is 2x4 farming gone bananas. I knew this stuff would be cheap, but... What's that? 4.3 million in the first week? Oh, Lord. Didn't I buy a bunch of Wildercloth earlier? I did buy a bunch of Wildercloth, I thought. Yeah. Okay. Huh. Alright, fine. stuff drops like crazy if you're a tailor. I suppose I'd probably learn that the smart way if I actually played this character for more than 5 minutes. Right, so Dragon Isle's unraveling. No, not random. Oh, did I not? Oh, I didn't pick it up from the mailbox, did I? What a bag of dumb. There should be a mailbox on every pissing corner down here. I still can quite safely say that I'm not a big fan of this being here, the auction house being all the way up there, the fact that, well, no, in fact, no, that's all of that is fine. The thing I don't like is that you have to be at these pissing tables to do half of the crafting. That's really annoying. How many wilder cloth bolts did I say we needed? Lots of them. We need enough to make 5 bags, don't we? Which is 12 times 5. Is that 60? I think that's 60, isn't it? Quick maths. "15 ominous conches, solo summoned a lunker. It took 3 times for me to realise I can't solo it." Are they just not soloable, or is it... What's the turn-in quest in the spreadsheet? It's the quest. It's the weekly quest where you have to make something and hand it in. It changes, but it's just a shorthand to refer to that specific quest, as opposed to the weekly quest for you to go out and gather something. You need a group of people throwing the harpoons to pull the lunkers in. Oh, I see. I've not played around with that much. I've heard people talking about it, but I've not played around with it all that much. I need more spools. Right, that bit should be enough to do the bags. Start order, create, complete order. And off we go to the next one. Start order, create, complete. Just jumps in the water, killing the lunker with spells. Am I doing it wrong? Maybe if you got good enough DPS, you might be able to kill it. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. I've not done that yet. That sounds like the kind of thing that we can put a big stream group together for at some point. Maybe we can do Lunker Party or something where we can just put together a big raid and just blast them. We can probably look at doing something like that for sure. No, not a clunge party, no. A Lunker Party. You heard wrong. You heard fail. Right, so there's the tailoring one done. Let's pop that in the old sheetaroonie. Tailoring orders done. Now we need to do inscription orders. Where's the inscription table? It's over this way, isn't it? What did I order for inscription? I can't remember now. I ordered chef's rolling pins. I need enough to make 5 chef's rolling pins. 5 blazing inks and 5 ruined writhe bark. Ruined writhe bark is going to be the annoyance. Should we go check the auction house for ruined writhe bark? We might be able to buy some on the cheap. The low level stuff should be on the deep. I'll ask Jay if he's knee deep. Yeah. He's already completed Dragonflight, I hear. It's like Dragonflight. Completed it, mate. Ruined Writhebark. Ruined. Alright. Whoa! Why is even the cheap ones not cheap? Even the cheap ones are not cheap. If the cheap ones are not cheap, then I should be making it myself. If the cheap ones are not cheap, we make it ourselves. We need chilled runes, which means we need a bunch of inks, which means we need ruined writhe bark, we need rousing air. We need more rousing air, and we need more writhe bark. Let's just buy like... My god, this stuff is still like 200 gold a piece. What a bunch of scammers. I nearly bought quality 1 then. That would have been a dumb move, wouldn't it? Let's just buy 50 of it for now. Okay, making it myself is turning out to be even more expensive than not making it myself, but practice makes perfect. What was the other one I was looking for? What was it? Air? Rousing air? Oh, shit. Was it rousing air? Ruined writhe bark. Rousing air. Yeah, whatever. Cool. There we go. Nice. What were the other things we needed to make these? Nope, that's tailoring again. Chilled runes. We need serene inks, which goes into making this, which means we need to mill some shit, which means we need some herbs. Yeah, I really shouldn't have bothered trying to do all of this myself, should I? I need 5 ruined writhe bark. Okay, to make 5 of those, I need at least 5 of these, which means I need more serene inks. Go. Hang on, are you taking the piss? Am I 1 skill short? 1 skill. Hang on. Oh, I don't care. I think I'm hungry. I'm clearly hungry. I'm not functioning like a regular human being right now. Glad I'm not the only person who can't bring myself to buy something from the auction house that I can make for 1 gold cheaper. Usually I'm not like this. I think I'm clearly hungry. My brain is not working as it should do. What do we need for these? I now need the flourishing inks. Hey, cheeky multi-craft, go on. You gotta love it. 5 ruined writhe barks, go. Okay, that should mean that we will be able to make these. We have all of the materials we need. Now we can go fill the orders. It's all worth for 3 knowledge points. It's a pain in the ass, but it's all worth. Start order, create. Complete order. I've just realised we're guaranteed quality 5 versions of these anyway, which means there's a good chance I'll sell these on for... I'll probably sell these on. Probably at least break even on them. It'll all be good. Complete order. The last one. Bingo. Inscription orders complete. Where do we hand that one in? That's back over here, right? Yes. Very nice. Okay, inscription ones. Orders, done. Right, tailoring and inscription weekly activities are complete. So I don't need to worry about this character now. I need to I'm going to assume I've done these. The turn-in quests for blacksmithing and enchanting. I have a really, really strong thought. I could check the VODs. I could always check the VODs. How about that? This is the advantage of recording everything you do. Check the VODs. I can find out exactly if I did these. What day did I level blacksmithing? And what day did I level enchanting? Did I do it on the first day? I don't know. I'll untick them now, but I'll check the VODs later. I'm not going to start filtering through my own VODs. Blacksmithing orders and enchanting orders. I don't think there is enchanting orders, is there? There's no work orders for enchanting, right? And I assume that it's the same. There's no work orders for alchemy. Am I right? No work orders for alchemy either. No, it's not a fact that they can't do them. I'm just thinking that do they actually have the quest to fill 5? If there isn't the quest to fill 5, then it's not a weekly requirement. Just go check if the quests are there on the blacksmith. They weren't there, but I kind of want just clarification that I did actually do them, that I'm not going mad. There were no quests for alchemy and enchanting. Thank you. That's what I thought. That's what I suspected. This row doesn't exist anyway. Right, okay. We're getting places now. We're chipping away at the weekly stuff. Though, boys and girls, like I said, I think I'm hungry. I think I need to go get me some food. I'm going to go grab a bite to eat. Maybe say hello to Mrs. Manthius, as she's technically got a day off today, but she's got a day off because she's not feeling too well. So I'll go check that all is well. Probably put some dinner together. And yeah, so we will be back tomorrow, boys and girls. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. We will probably tomorrow have a little bit of a play with alchemy and engineering, unless I have some time where I will get it done this evening. We will see. In fact, before I disappear, shall we just have a quick look and clean out the mailbox again on the hunter? See how much of all of that jewel crafting stuff that we started the stream with did we manage to sell through. Let's quickly check this mailbox. See if we're actually finally turning a profit. Well, jewel crafting is proving to be very profitable, but I'm still playing catch up for some silly expenses at the beginning of the expansion. Let's see if we've got a nice juicy mailbox of goodies here. Oh, I'll tell you what we are going to have. We're going to have a bunch of flipping rolling pins, aren't we? Inbox is full. That's a good start. Oh, 500,000 gold. That's another good start. What's in the auction house? What's in the auction house still? Hang on, should we loot that gold first? Let's loot this. Is that... Oh, there's 144 items. There's more behind this even still. These are likely to get in the way. Because these don't open properly. Can I open other? Yeah, it doesn't seem to work properly. I'm going to have to... Okay, I'm going to have to do this one at a time. That's annoying. Oh, not only do I have to do it one at a time, I then have to delete the message and it goes back to the beginning every time. That's just going to be a pain in the ass. Right, we're looting it all. And now it jams up. I am going to have to loot these first. God damn son of a... Let's just quickly empty the mailbox, he says. It'll be fun, he says. Stupid game later. Right. There we go. Okay. Right. 106k, 16 elemental harmonies. I mean, it's all elemental harmonies, isn't it? Glossy stone. We sold our stack of glossy stone. Energizing malachite. 8 elemental harmonies. Keen Nelthrites. 18 of them for 32k. That clawed back a bunch of our costs. Energized malachites. 37k. 41k. 41,000 gold for 200 of our draconic vials. Haha! selling to the alchemists, I see. Okay. Loot everything. Give me all the monies. Shift click it. Oh well, too late. Too late. Right, what's the grand total going to be? Grand total. It's got to be about 800k, right? 700k. 657,000 gold. 660k. That'll do. $660k for this morning's little clean out of what we just had still in our bags. Very nice. Very nice. What have we got in the auction house still, if anything? We've still got 1 million gold of stuff in the auction house, look. Still 1 million gold. Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff. That means if I put in a bit of a shift selling the rest of what we still have, we should be very much into the profit with jewel crafting now, which is nice. My TSM graph is going to look a bit shaky, a bit rock and roll. You can see 4.4 to 4.7 technically is only like a 300k up, and actually if we go for the week, we're still technically down. We turned up with 5 million. We're still technically down, but we're clawing back these costs. But we have a million gold worth of stuff still in the auction house. We've cracked the code though now. We've paid for, at least in most part, we've paid for, our profession tools, leveling it all up. We've got all our expenses out of the way now, at least as far as jewel crafting is concerned. Now it's pretty much just, go. Just all about go. We've covered the costs. We've got our profession tool. Well, we've only got one of the profession tools. So there's still a couple of expenses to go. But generally, we're in a good spot. We're in a good spot. We're starting to turn the wheels a bit faster now. Things are working well. It's all good. It's all good. We will continue this tomorrow, boys and girls. We'll continue this tomorrow. So yeah, enjoy the rest of your day. Have fun. Tomorrow, of course, is going to be the last day for Team NA. Well, I know the time zone thing's a bit weird, but Tuesday is obviously reset day for Team NA. Usually not till after we've done the stream on a Tuesday anyway. But then only 24 hours later, it will be reset day for Team EU. And we can do all of these profession quests again and really start planning towards what we're going to be doing for when the raid launches in, 8 days' time. But thanks all for watching. Hit the follow button if you haven't already. Consider hopping over to Discord. There's loads of conversations going on, all things goal making over on the Discord. So come say hi. And yeah, I'll see you all next time. Have a good day, boys and girls. Peace.